Welcome to today's session of Your Levels. Let's get underway immediately with the first submission in the queue from Jim Bob Sandwich, who previously showed us Parallel Planes number 1. I suppose we'll just go on to Parallel Planes number 2 unless you have much of an objection to that. Let's make sure you're properly filed in the bot first. Do let me know if you have any other particular request, but if not, we'll just get into number 2. And welcome, Atlantis. So this will be Parallel Planes number 2. And yeah, let's just take a look. Uploaded in reverse order pretty much within the same minute. More challenging levels are towards the bottom. Oh yes, that's right, because this is part of a super world, if I'm not much mistaken, where it was just clear checked in advance and simultaneously uploaded at once. The cloud is going to take me up here to the mushroom, and we will, of course, dodge the spinies. And let's see if the mushroom is going to unlock anything special for us this early. Progressive power-up, perhaps, from the Fire Flower. We can also see if anything here is interesting, but we might as well break what we can. You never know. I mean, it's kind of unlikely that this is going to get you very much, but as you can see, we have at least a couple of coins, and it's not really going to spawn anything that will get you anything too interesting, though, I would say, unless there's something here that's going to spawn a P-switch or something at the very end. Yeah, there we go. Might as well check these things. Cameron, welcome. Now, let's see if it's possible to grab this thing. Might be a little bit risky. Nah, I'm not going to bother. Doesn't seem like the curve is going to be quite what I need to make that happen. I would assume that eventually we have a way of breaking the Goomba chute out of there if we tread carefully. And thank you for the submission, Cameron, of Castle of Hats. We'll get to that immediately after this. And Bang, welcome as well. Oh, here's a big guy. He's going to give me the shoe, which is very kind of him. And that is going to... let's see, we probably needed to fire into that shell. I don't have anything I can use for that. At the moment, I would have needed to carry over another shell into this position. Like this Buzzy over here, which we'll have to jump on one of these without the boots, of course. But we can just go back and respawn it, perhaps. Or maybe not. Hang on. Naturally, we're going to check this. Warp zone? Or are we just going to skip the level? We're going to skip the level. That's fine. On-off switch over here, and oh, that's okay, 50 coins, so that's part of the intended path. And we'll just pretend this was a warp zone. Whoops. Okay, didn't exactly take a close look at much of that there, but at least we were met with a satisfying confirmation that the secret was in fact intended. I mean, what else would the boot be for? But for shenanigans like that. Cameron, you made a level based around Hats in 3D world. Yeah, we'll see how I can do. I don't tend to look at clear videos when I'm in the middle of playing on stream, so part of what we'll do as the playtest is to see if there's very much clarity to what you've done there. Okay, this takes you back to that original checkpoint. That is interesting. Maybe that's implying that there's some kind of state switch along with that, or maybe this is just a shortcut in the first place that if you did take this checkpoint much earlier in the level, because we skipped this entire segment and nearly just got dunked over there, you could just kind of skip out of here without having completed the rest of that zone. So yeah, only thing I would say is that it is maybe a little bit easy to reverse into this the wrong way and think that perhaps you are supposed to proceed in the other zone. I don't know. It's fairly obvious what the layout is, but the fact that you can't constrain one-way pipes quite that easily in this game does lead to a few complications like that. Anyway, on-off switch we obviously did not toggle at any point, so we'll just do this, pop this, and fly when we're able. Okay, let's see. Oh, come on, get out. Hang on. There we are. And we'll just skip this on-off bit entirely and see what we're going to do here. And then we're going to duck here and grab the warp whistle. I'm just kidding. I just like doing that little secret interaction where you raise your head a little bit when you sit on top of the white blocks. And yeah, no worries about it, Cameron. I mean, you know, for playtesting purposes, I try to see what I can figure out about a level as we go anyway, so... you know, in case there are any design improvements that can be made to make it more clear, it's kind of important for me to see it the hard way. And then give you a sense of how somebody is looking at it fresh. But that's just how I play generally. It's also true of things like puzzles, trolls, etc. that we, just like with more technical platformers, just try to give you a sense of how a player would be reading it if the creator were not present to give them advice. Yeah, this gate is a little bit weird. I am sure that I just need to do a short bounce down here, but if you're tall, maybe a short jump. It's a bit of a strange location. Also, if you kind of get out this way... Oh, that's okay. We're not completely trapped. And nothing else back here. Okay, let's tap this. And yeah, Cameron, we'll see how it goes. I'll see if it's navigable. But yeah, no, just as a matter of keeping the stream on pace, I don't tend to pop up videos while I'm playing. So, I mean, you are free to whisper it to me, you know, in case we do run into a ton of trouble, but I will likely not look at that until afterwards. So yeah, okay, Jim Bob Sandwich, we obviously didn't take a very close look at the part of the level that I skipped, but I think we wrapped back around to that part of the subworld at least briefly and kind of showed you how I was reading the flow. So, and we picked out a couple of secrets here and there. As you can see, at the very end there seems to be a door that's kind of hovering over the top right. So a couple of alternate pathways that have been set here. And Quality Humor, you're saying the gate looked a little bit ugly. Yeah, the trampoline section there, it is a little bit weird, especially if you do get there while you're tall, I think. But other than that, let's mark that as a win, and let's move on. Okay, Cameron, let's see what you have. Oops, that's a Y. Quality Humor, when you say good, you mean good, not fine. Yeah, very important to make those distinctions when you are a collector, for instance. That's, you know, you always get a little bit suspicious when somebody describes something in good condition. It probably means that they've had way too many scratches and scuffs, you know, under objects to qualify it for anything like excellent or near mint or whatever. You start getting a little suspicious when you see the word good. But anyway, castle hats. Use the cannon, propeller, POW, and bullet hat to reach the end. I see there are currently 0 clears on this. In keeping with the warning you gave me earlier about the potential issues with clarity. So we'll see how we do. I might not clear it, but I'll try to give you as fair a series of attempts as I can. Reach the goal without taking damage. Yeah, we'll... If we fail the condition, we'll still try to rehearse, I think. And... Okay, after the Goomba hat, I think it's possible to still wall jump up to the next bullet. In fact, I would believe that we have to. Let's not pretend that we already have the bullet hat at the beginning, of course. And then... Yeah, you would kind of need to slide down to position that wall jump a little bit differently. I think that's really all there is to it. Let's get a slightly higher jump into the bullet so we can boost into that right away. Yeah, trying to slip off the wall jump there at the end, you do need to be a little bit precise. Nintentium, welcome. Looking forward, Nintentium, to some hot soda. And not just the lava that's dunking us right now. Okay, that's okay. We'll rehearse it anyway and see if we understand what's going on. So it looks like you need to drop into that hat, fire instantly, and then drop into the bullet hat down below to continue flying. So you pretty much need to tap instantly to fire the cannon when you do obtain it. That's going to be difficult to control, I think. Because you sort of need to anticipate the exact frame, pretty much, that you fall into the cannon hat. And then fire, drop, and then proceed. So yeah, I would actually say, Cameron, that at least in this section, it's actually extremely clear what to do. The execution is very difficult in terms of the amount of time that I have and the narrowness of certain margins. But and maybe it's in a later section that you're concerned about the readability and the necessity of something like a clear video, but I would say that so far that the readability is not actually an issue. In this section, anyway. Okay, so we have the right idea, but I have too much forward momentum before I get into the bullet hat. Mill64, welcome. Most people that you send us to typically figure out something to continue progressing, even if it's not the intended way. Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's just enough flexibility with the hats that you would be able to do so. So, for example, if you don't hit the on-off switch, you don't use the on-off red block to drop the pokey, but you might still be able to blast through the pokey some other way when you get there. So, possibly there are a couple of alternatives. I don't know what else the bullet hat would do for you. The other interesting thing about the cannon box is that perhaps if we go right up to the pipe, notice that toggling the on-off switch is actually going to make this a safe platform. These two spike blocks that are to the left. Yeah, Cameron, to be honest, there are a lot of players in Mario Maker, including some streamers, who demand way too many indicators. I think that to a certain extent that there's a lot of stuff in this game that is unnecessarily over-indicated. And sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes you really do need a little more clarity for positioning when it comes to things that might otherwise be blind or things that happen very fast. But there's a certain extreme where, you know, people are just asking for P-blocks and coins absolutely everywhere and just can't put two and two together and see what's supposed to happen. I think it's extremely clear what's supposed to happen. And yeah, Mill64, being somebody who's also very experienced with Nintendo's own library of professionally designed platformer games, I think The big difference that I see is that platforming games usually, because they have access to so many different kind of custom art assets of their own instead of being limited to the toolkit that we have in Mario Maker, they signal things well enough that they train you not to read indications, but they train you to read the actual interactive elements that you make contact with. And I find that as somebody who's coming from a traditional Mario background, that's something that I always have my eye on, like that I'm not reading what the developer is telling me to do with things like P-block locations and arrows, for instance. What I'm actually doing is I'm looking at my target positions, like which enemy I'm trying to hit and which block I'm trying to land on. And I am pretty sure that it's because Nintendo's own games kind of train you to play Mario that way by looking ahead to your landing points and your contact locations rather than, you know, trying to follow instructions along the way and taking those instructions on trust. Okay, so what I need to figure out is how to kind of back up into that bullet bill. I think a ground pound cancel could work, except I don't like doing ground pound cancels, so that's probably why I haven't tried it up to that point. But it's a very quick input sequence where you need to fire into the switch and you need to cut momentum immediately. I can see a couple of methods to do this. You can kind of get up to the glass pipe, fire very close to it, slide down the pipe, and then just kind of wall jump off to the left. You can also do a ground pound cancel in that position. You probably shouldn't just fall directly forward the way I've been doing, because that won't work. But we'll play around with it a little bit and we'll see what we come up with. And here we go. And yeah, quality humor, that's something I kind of agree with, is that in most situations, not all situations, but in most situations, if it feels like a level needs an indicator, what it probably actually needs is some kind of minor redesign to make that indicator unnecessary. That's not going to work for all concepts, obviously, especially for things that are a little speedier. But generally, if you can design in a way that makes indication unnecessary, then you're in much better shape. I could also cut momentum here with a twirl and just hang left immediately, because the 3D world twirl actually does send you at a downwards angle a little bit. Terminator, welcome. Terminator, we finished the Anti-Master Sword level on the makeup stream the other day. It's too bad we didn't manage to catch you, but the VOD is available for that I did finally manage to get clear, and I actually got it fairly quickly after all that rehearsal we did on the viewer level stream last week. I'll try to at least survive long enough to scout ahead here. Yeah, I think it is actually going to be just firing right next to the pipe and then bouncing off of it. Might be best. I like that more than trying to do a drop. But it's going to be a really tight positioning, I think, that is going to be a little bit tricky. That's okay, we'll try this, even if we take damage, to just try to rehearse this and see how much more we can see. Like I said, this level is still thus far uncleared. I keep thinking mentally that I still have forward momentum from the bullet bill, and of course I don't when I change hats. Whoops. But yeah, we'll try to just sort of make an adjustment here to see how we can do that drop. But it's very clear to me that the on-off switch drops the pokey. You can see that, in fact, and that gives you access to the propeller. At that point, the blue blocks that are in the top right of what we've seen so far are going to be converted into spikes. And so that sets a ceiling for the propeller's maximum height. So yeah, the thing is, you have to drop low enough to grab the cannon box, and if you drop low enough to grab the cannon box, you can't actually go forward enough to hit the glass pipe. So I do need to hang left or do a ground pound cancel to drop immediately. I'm pretty sure. So you finally know how many hours was put into Breath of the Wild across all accounts. Oh, right, because didn't you have... Yes, because I know we were discussing multiple save files and such. And also the fact that I think if people change Switch hardware, I believe it resets your activity log because it is device-bound rather than tied to your account. But I'm not exactly certain. I've just heard that from somebody, I think. You placed it far enough so you can't grab the cannon and wall jump off. Yeah, no, I'm already not trying that, Cameron. It's already pretty clear to me that I need to go so low with the cannon that that's not going to happen. I think if I head back to the left, it's okay to take the bullet, get over to the left, and then take the bullet back over to the right. It might be too much distance with the bullet, though, before... Oh, I missed a shot. That's interesting, that I can actually kind of overshoot the cannon and then go left like that. I like that, in fact, because if I overshoot the cannon, I can actually land back onto red blocks once they have been switched around, maybe. Or at least get a much better drop position. The issue is that if I'm heading left into the cannon box, I'm not going to get a good shot at the on-off, I don't think. But we'll see. Yeah, the order of the most played games in the menu. You see, it's funny because back in 2017, 64, I was looking at my absurd playtime for Breath of the Wild, which was at that point by far the largest or longest running single-player Nintendo save file I've ever had, I think. Biggest single-player save file of any sort at that time, I think. And I was thinking, okay, clearly this is never, ever going to be surpassed. Because I can't see myself drowning in another game quite so much. At the time of this stream, it is now in third place. It was briefly in fourth place before I went back to it for Master Mode this year. Which just kind of tells you that I spend way too much time with the Switch. And Cameron, you're telling me that's true with the account being moved between systems? Yeah. Okay, I kind of like cutting by going back and forth there, as long as we're facing right when we grab the cannon box so we can fire at the on-off. Currently, it's just firing at the on-off that is missing completely. But if I can discover a consistent method to kind of do that back and forth and reposition myself in that column to cut forward momentum, I think I'm actually going to be fine, as long as I don't overshoot like that. So the way I'm reading this is that it's okay to kind of overshoot the cannon for the purposes of cutting off my forward momentum a little bit. Not quite like that. I still need to go left to right, but without that full speed from the bullet that I previously had. So, it takes a bit of subtle adjustment here, but it is something that can be figured out, I think. Whether I can do it in a way that is easily repeatable is, of course, a totally different question. Nope, I do need to fire right away. I kind of instinctively held the button and charged a shot instead, which is a bad idea. Because at that point I'm still kind of thinking in bullet mode, and I think that's the issue. The swirl probably could have helped me there as well. This level does require ground pound cancels. Yeah, we'll see. I can do them, I just don't like doing them. Or rather, I tend to have trouble doing it cleanly, so whenever I can find an alternate solution, I try to do an alternate solution. That's okay, let's just try to see more of the level if we can, except, of course, I would have needed to hit the on-off switch in the first place. Yeah, even if I'm nowhere close to getting the clear, I'll try to at least show off more of what you put into this. Yeah, and I'm just missing the pipe now. And that's the right pattern, the shot is just mistimed. Nope. Drop right in, and that was incorrect. Oops. But yeah, the Switch at this point is very easily my most used video game hardware of all time, for sure. Not counting PC, of course, because it's impossible to actually count that as a platform, but... Whoops. Yeah, again, I mistakenly charged a shot rather than tapping it. I generally have the kind of platforming habit of holding down the dash button pretty much at all times. It does lead to some trouble when you're trying to do something like a quick tap for a cannon shot, that it kind of goes against my muscle memory to do it. Yeah, I'm firing too early, as you can see. I do need to do a single tap, but a single tap a little bit after I collect the hat. I'm consistently going too early and hitting the top with the glass pipe. Yeah, I think this is definitely doable with a ground pound cancel, this segment here. But if you're good at ground pound cancels, I can see why it would be the better option for doing this more reliably than what I've been showing off so far. Because right now I am usually either dropping in a wrong column or just missing the shot by taking it too high. That's okay, we can try to practice this. Whoops, no. We'll try to at least get past this pokey into the propeller and progress through this a little bit further. Yeah, trying to cut with a twirl a little bit. I mean, a wall jump off the left side is possible as well, if I'm able to fall into that wall. I don't know if I can, but... because I am going to be firing to the right, and so I would need to swap directions again if I wanted to go off the wall instead of doing what I'm doing here. That's okay, let's... whoops. Totally bungle that again. Nope, I just missed. Interestingly enough, that was salvageable if I just wall jumped off the pipe. Yeah, once again, doing the shot too soon after the item. Mang, you are going to be making food. Yeah, that's a good idea. You should feed yourself from time to time. Shot entered the pipe that time. I just had too much leftward momentum. We can try it with ground pound cancel at least once, I guess. But we would need to take the shot first, which is... that's a really quick input sequence. I don't know if I'll quite be able to do it, but we'll try to make it happen. Now, I won't be going as long per level as I usually do today. Sometimes I stick with levels for ages and ages. I'm going to try to keep things under control today because I did have a bit of a late start, and probably will try not to run for as long as I usually do in total. Terminator, you're going to take a skipped cue? Yeah. Remind me of that when I exit this level. We'll do it. Let me just take a look at the current list to see who has been affected by that. Yeah, we can do it. I think it's actually possible to go through the left wall, but we'll see. We'll give it at least a few more attempts. Yeah, it's pretty clear to me that no matter which approach we take to this, thank you for the follow, no matter which approach we take to this segment, that it is going to be an execution barrier here anyway, and so it's not so much a matter of finding the method, I think, because every approach to this looks kind of hard if you're not good at your cannon timings, in terms of understanding the rhythm of collecting the cannon box and taking the shot. And so we'll see. It might just not really be that doable for me, but okay, great. That's the first of it's gotten. We failed the condition, but we at least got that. Notice that your propeller height has to be quite controlled in that segment. No, I just missed a shot entirely. Yeah. Because notice that with the spikes active, that the propeller is going to be something that needs to start up fairly low. Also notice that the Pokey's head is tucked in here. And I know exactly what it is you're trying to do with that, which is you're preventing a cheese where the cannon is able to hit the Pokey in the head directly and take it all out. You should remember, of course, that a charge shot onto cannon would actually be able to take it out if it fires in a top column, because it has a kind of one-tile explosion radius. However, because the player won't actually have enough time to charge up the cannon safely, I don't think that's an issue. You'll just drop too quickly for that to ever be the case. Okay. Hey, it's a new record. After that, it's going to be another bullet. Yeah, so you need to kind of drop into that first slot, then do a second propeller burst, and then get to the bullet on the other side. So I like this method now, going off the left wall. Yeah, Cameron, I actually was submitted Barb's most recent level a couple of streams ago. I didn't finish it, but it was... Oh, you might have been here for that, actually. I'm trying to remember. But I didn't finish it, but it was manageable, I found. Like, one of those things where I felt like if I spent more time on it and pushed through, it was actually much more approachable than most of Barb's creations. Honestly, I don't think there's any correlation whatsoever between hours played and your intended difficulty. I mean, obviously, the more practice you have, the easier you'll find your own clear checks. And especially the more hours you have played in a certain style. So there are, for instance, some people who spend their entire lives playing nothing but spike precision. And they're really good at that stuff, and they'll still tell you that they spend, you know, 10 hours doing a clear check or whatever of a one-screen precision maze. And if they want to do that to themselves, okay. But clearly they enjoy that side of the game enough that they'll put themselves through it, for instance, and make levels that kind of appeal to a similar audience, right? So it's just mostly a matter of who you want to reach and what you want people to get out of your creations, whether it is about the challenge or whether it is about appreciating something else in the level design. So yeah, we are making a little bit of progress, so I do want to stay on this one a little bit longer to see if we can recreate our method going up to the propeller, because I do think the wall jump method that we had is actually a sound one, as long as I can make the cannon shot. So You do a bit of everything except trolls, I see. Yeah, I'm taking the shot too early, but I like the method. I feel like it is possible to get that shot and still land on a wall, like we did on some earlier attempts. And I think it's possible to do it consistently. The missing piece to the puzzle right now is the timing on the cannon shot itself. But if I can get that cleaned up, I think this first segment can be solved somewhat more reliably. Yeah, I mean, trolls are very much an acquired taste, I think. Nope. Didn't manage to make it over. Yeah, I have to figure out how much of a boost I want off that propeller and when to fire it. It is going to take me a few attempts to figure out the exact positioning I want to get out of that. Nope, still too high. I like that that obstacle is actually kind of flexible in that it does respond to multiple approaches. Even if it is a bit of a tight pocket to navigate when it comes to some of the spacing. But, you know, I enjoy the process of figuring out things like that, so obviously it won't be the case for players who are much more indicator-centric. Okay, so I think we can do it with only 2 propeller bursts, which is important because it means that I can use the first propeller burst as an adjustment and do 2 more after that. I think we can do it, so let's keep going. Okay, got the shot that time, just got a little bit high off the wall. We could have afforded to slide a little bit lower. Okay. So we do 1, we adjust with a second one, and then, whoops, too low. And then we do a third one that should be able to take me over to the bullet if I'm careful. Okay. No, just missed it entirely, too low. Whoops. The wall jump method is pretty satisfying, though. Once I take that path, like, it feels clean. So, we'll see. Like I said, I'm pretty unlikely to clear it, but we'll see if I can progress further. Nope. Yeah, I don't have a good mental picture of the propeller's height in terms of how high it's going to take me, given how I burst with it. So that's okay. This is going to be bullet, wall jump before we run out of bullet. And then, so you get to calm down here. So we obviously lost a clear condition, but let's scout ahead. Why would I want to hit the POW? I didn't really get a good look at what was above that arrow. It wasn't within camera position, so I assumed that I actually needed to hit with the POW to chain the POW shot to something else like a switch activation. And then switch to the propeller to proceed from there, so. Hey, we're seeing new content, that's important. And this section is getting a lot better when it comes to my ability to play it. We need to really kind of figure out the spacing for the exact block that I'm going to use for the propeller. Yeah, once I figured out this wall jump method, I was in significantly better shape. I think, yeah, we need to start kind of between the top and the second block to get that height properly adjusted. So right here, perhaps. Nope, too close still. And can't really get a good wall jump to get to the bullet while invincible. And of course, I'm considering the clear condition here as well, whether there's anything that really kind of makes it strictly necessary. It prevents certain cheeses, like, you know, walking directly over the spikes, for instance, but I think even without the clear condition, and even with the possibility of taking damage between hat switches, it's still going to be reasonably difficult. Look at this, we're doing it. And we missed. Yeah, just hit a jump button far too late relative to the bullet. Let's see if we can make it back to that POW. We probably get decently far. Nope, too high. The clear condition is literally just there to prevent cheese, yeah. Yeah, because obviously with the hat switches, there's always this possibility of just taking some invincibility frames here and there if you want them. Okay, let's be ready to boost right away. And let's not run out of bullet, that's always a bit of a risk. Yeah, we overshot. Saw at that point that my bullet was beginning to sputter. You do need to land there pretty cleanly to do that, but hey, we actually got there preserving the condition, which is important. Okay, there we go. Nope. Had to go straight up. SDGML, welcome. I've gotten further than some people, yeah. I mean, I have spent a fair bit of time on this, of course. SDGML, I'm doing alright. Hope you're also doing fine on your end. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, we made a decent amount of progress so far. I can always take a look at the layout afterwards to see just how far back we are, but given that we haven't hit checkpoint yet or anything, I mean, all of this is repeatable from scratch if we ever want to take a fresh attempt at it. And you're just finishing up some work, yeah. Glad we can get a suitable background for that isn't too much of a distraction. Okay, there we go. I have to go immediately, and yeah. It's a split-second timing on that bullet. You have to kind of prepare the boost into it before you hit. It's actually very similar, maybe even identical to the first bullet that you encounter in this level, so it shouldn't really be that much of an issue, timing-wise. Okay. Okay, adjust. Now we do the POW. We sail under the thwomp, we grab the POW hat, we get on top of the thwomp, we jump to hit the POW, then we get down to the propeller hat on the right side. Oh no, we're gonna miss. I think I need to do the spin on top of the thwomp in order to hit up above. Like, I need to do this with the POW, because otherwise I will be much too low with it. Nope, miss. Asteroid, welcome. Asteroid, it can't be done. I assume that that's a boss of some sort. And that perhaps it can, in fact, be done. Whoops. But yeah, Cameron, just a few more attempts on this and we will go ahead. Because we do have the Terminator Q skip coming, and so I don't want to leave other people behind that hanging for too long. And since we're not locked behind checkpoint progress anyway, I'm kind of okay with what we've managed to accomplish so far. Let's try to get back to that POW, though. Yeah, way too close. As you can see, I was trying to drop into the wall at the end there to get the wall jump back, but we started out in too low a position to begin with, so that was not quite working. Okay, there we go. Oh, too close. The feet were in the lava, yeah. Even when you are a bullet, you don't want to be doing that. Your shoes. Damage condition might just have something to say about it. Okay, here we go. Oh, we're too far back. Okay, good. Nope, I was trying to land on the propeller and boost upwards. Yeah, so that gives you a key, so you obviously are supposed to hit the POW to get that activation there. I think this is a good place to pause, because that's the limit of what we've seen so far, and that's pretty satisfying. So Cameron, you are welcome to resubmit this some other time, because we are progressing, and it's probably possible for me to reestablish this segment quickly, but I'll leave that up to you for future submissions. Obviously, First Clear is up for grabs for anybody who wants to take a look at this. We have a clear check time of 52 seconds, and in this first section, which does end with a pipe, we are about a third of the way, I guess. We're past... Yeah, we're maybe a little over a third of the way, if you look at the column that we went up to. So between that and a second segment that is after the pipe, there's quite a lot left to see. But good luck to whoever manages to take it. Terminator, you have a Q skip, and you want me to play Living on the Edge 2. We will take a look at that in just a moment. After we've marked this as a loss, let me just do the bot management in the back so we know that we have the correct code displayed. And Lantis, good point about the 100-second timer. Cameron, you're saying so far nobody has seen the subworld yet. Well, okay, in that case I'm fairly satisfied with how far we got. It was proportionate to the time investment. And like I said, after I found that wall jump method, which was not the ground pound cancel you thought it was, at least not in my hands, it felt like things were suddenly really kind of smooth from there in terms of having a gentle rate of progression. And yeah, Astroy, you can see the subworld with the level viewer. Well, remember that I can also do that with levels called things like It Can't Be Done, which probably still can't be done any easier. Yeah, so Cameron, we'll see if we can get back to that one today. Like I said, I may be running a shorter queue today, so we'll see how many more attempts I'm able to put on it later in the stream. But if you're able to stay, obviously, we'll try to give that another run. Living on the Edge 2, yes, okay. So this one is from way back in June 2020, and I have attempted it previously, probably back in 2020. When Terminator was making these, and I did not get very far. Escort the Master Swords to the heavens and beware of the snake. We're much more experienced with this stuff now, of course, but we'll see how it goes. So yeah, queue closing is likely going to be pretty early today by my standards, but we'll, of course, try to do the usual thing and get through everybody who has submitted up to this point. This is just a demo screen to show you that you're supposed to escort the sword to the gate at the end of each section. Yeah, this is early Terminator. You can kind of tell it because back then I remember you were kind of designing with this sparser style. Ah, yes, and then we need to kind of tap everything into these locations, and then jump up, and then tap that again. Oh, that's not gonna go. That's fine, you can kind of reset your progress. And yeah, Cameron and I usually try to run really long as well, especially on the Saturday PM to Sunday morning stream. It's just that this week I am probably not as able as usual to go quite that long. We've had some viewer level sessions in previous weeks that's kind of ended up running, you know, 6 or 7 hours, and you can kind of detect my fatigue at the end of those, I think, but that's usually just because we have some really good chunky levels in the middle of the stream that we end up spending tons of time with. Okay, there we go. The indicator does give you a clear place to tap if the platform is in place, of course, which it was not. Well, let's go back and... oh, it's over here. Let's put it back in place. And this is... it's going to give me that location, and we'll see if we can hit it on target. After the platform comes back, as I said before. Okay. It's a little bit far to the left right now for me, but we can probably tap it over once the platform comes back, like that. Now, do I want to do this? Yes, because I think I should be able to tap it up above if I'm... no, I won't. I need to take it up the wall, I think. Nope. Yeah, I think I needed to bounce it against the wall. No, that would take it to the one-way panel. No, I think I want to take it up. And then... around, perhaps. Yeah, no, I do need to go around. I take it over this panel. I take it up here. Bounce it up. And then escort it all the way to the left. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's try it again. Then we'll go up. But yeah, I try to spend longer per level than a lot of other streamers will. Usually because it gives me the chance to see levels that really kind of demand that amount of attention to really shine. But it does mean that we end up usually closing the queue really early and then spending hours just finishing up the rest of the list, so... we don't want to do that yet. I don't know why I thought I would try it. We're 200 seconds. Sometimes when we're really down in time, it's worth it to just reset. But for now, we'll just try to get the interactions down and at least make sure we see the whole sequence of what to do. We'll tap the sword over from here so I don't consume it by accident. Okay. Nope, too soon. I didn't expect it to go that far, but the platform was traveling to the left, and that was certainly a factor. Oops. Nope. Suggest that camera. We need to adjust the sword again. Nope, hang on. It's not despawned yet, thankfully. It's gonna remain till we're ready for it. I'll have to tap it again on my way in, I think. Here we go. Let's be extra careful with this timing here. And I will have to tap it again when I can reach. There we go. And we'll wait for this to sail back over, and that should bounce it all the way across. Let's not consume it. That's an important limitation here, and let's also not get too close. Oh, no, that's bad. We can tap it back, though. I think that's salvageable. Difficult, but salvageable. We can kind of drop in just right. There we go. And I would need to go back around myself. And it's going to be within spawn range, so I'm not too worried about that. Nope. Let's not get too close. Okay. This one-way panel gives me plenty of space to work with here. Nope. Stood too close. Okay, let's scout ahead because we're going to reset for time purposes anyway. You tap, 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 you get it in here. You bounce it up through here, it goes to the right of the one-way panel, and then you take it up each step. One of the tricky things here is that I will need to be able to go around it to its left. Either above or below. And not consuming it along this turnaround when I try to switch directions is going to be a challenge we need to keep an eye on. And then we bounce it up. So tap, tap, tap. Oh, snake block. We tap it onto the snake block, position it first, then we activate. I believe that snake block is not going to drag the item with us, so we do need to kind of tap it gently across as we go. On-off switch can probably be done with an arrow shot, and would need to be done that way before the sword winds up over here. Or, oh, no, you actually do need it to bounce up above, okay. But then that gives you the gate, so that's actually reasonably close to where we need to go, so let's start over. You're saying this is another type of level you don't like? Well, it's not exactly a troll, though. I mean, it's actually nothing close to a troll. But it is a bit of an item handling challenge. But yeah, Terminator has made a whole series of these sword tapping levels, about 20 of them. And all of them are quite different. I've played a pretty big chunk of them at this point, just from seeing them submitted to the stream over the past 2 years or so. And there are some pretty diverse concepts in there for sure. Whoops, too soon. But yeah, this is the kind of concept that naturally leads to really long resets and failure conditions that are sometimes a bit finicky. But we'll try to make it happen. They also made a series of levels called Impossible and added Timmy enemy setups. Okay. I don't know if I've played that. But, so let's get up here. And there we go. Atlantis, Link is holding a sword. Yeah, that's what he does. That's his job. And then we'll see. And let's wait. tab, and then we'll send that across next. Yeah, it is just one of those levels that has a condition that can be very easily failed if you're not careful, and has a really long reset attached to it. It's just the main thing. Like, length isn't a problem when things behave very consistently or leniently. Like, I find that, you know, it's often not too helpful to only think about level length as too short and too long. It's all about whether the behaviors of the individual interactions are a good fit for the pace. So here, let's see. As with things like the don't land condition that's built into the game, I think the main thing with the kind of don't touch the Master Sword mechanic is that when you do fail it, it doesn't seem to have a lot of impact to it, so it always feels like you're kind of falling into a bit of a trap. But let's start with this area here instead. Nope. Yeah, you see? Very easily failed, so let's try it again. Terminator, I've actually been talking about the weapon durability in Breath of the Wild often lately because I started playing Master Mode, where I find the balancing of the durability system is actually very good. Things are fragile, and you are usually kind of trading at a loss, so to speak, when getting into fights. But it encourages you to use the mechanics and play very efficiently. So what I've found in Master Mode, for instance, is that if I'm clearing out camps or clearing out positions for a certain objective, that I'm thinking much harder about ways to kill enemies that are cost efficient, and also thinking about that trade-off in terms of, you know, whether if I knock them off a cliff, do I want access to their weapon afterwards, or am I willing to give it up? Things like that. But I kind of like resource management in general. I was just having this conversation about durability the other day with somebody who is a big Fire Emblem player as well, who comes to my stream from time to time. And of course, you know, if you come from Fire Emblem, thinking about durability budget and when to use your good stuff is pretty familiar. Mang, food's ready. Excellent. Yeah, Mang, there was a queue skip ahead of you anyway, so we managed to work around your meal plans accordingly. You only just learned about the Sneak Strike. Yeah, Terminator is a damage multiplier in a Sneak Strike. You don't necessarily get an instant kill. It does scale according to your weapon's strength. In the same way that throwing and breaking weapons in their faces has a multiplier attached to it, the Sneak Strike, if you get up to them from behind, is also just a damage multiplier, which in most cases is going to be a nice clean kill, and is very useful in Master Mode because it also conserves durability very well. In fact, I'd say the main reason to use it is to conserve durability in circumstances where it matters. Particularly when doing things like the challenges in a game like Eventide Island, or the Master Sword Trials, I think it is, that Trials of the Sword, where budget limitations are much, much stricter. And you kind of need to think about squeezing out every point of damage you can. Proton has a series of vids on all the damage calculations and inner workings. Okay. Yeah, I assume that, you know, obviously by now, 5 years into the life of the game, that all of that stuff has been very thoroughly worked out. And even back when it launched, that's the kind of thing that guides used to be written about, back when people bothered to write guides. instead of just going straight to video with everything. And here we go. Okay. Yeah, if you kind of lean into tapping the sword, that's one of the things that's kind of finicky about this interaction, is that if you're trying to tap the sword, you're facing in that direction, and you're kind of punching it forward, right? And if you're punching it forward, that actually significantly increases the likelihood that you're going to run into the sword yourself, which is the main issue here. We have seen the size of this room, at least. We know how much there is in this section. Anyway, let's wait for the key. Do I know about the Master Sword glitch? The Terminator, it depends on what glitch you're talking about. I had heard a little while ago that it was possible to get the Master Sword with far fewer than the required number of hearts if you camp at the Master Sword in just the right way. Or, you know, kind of prepare yourself in such a way that allows you to take sufficient damage when pulling out the sword. I don't know, all kinds of things I never really played with myself. Well, no, you do want to tap it on the square, of course. Yeah, lenses. I think the fact that it is such a big reset on something that is easy to fail like this does make it seem almost like a kind of getting over it style level, where it's very easy to lose tons of progress. But whoops, no, as you can see. But yeah, some kind of a, you know, partway gates along the way would have made it a little bit easier to learn the later interactions, or some way to at least learn and practice some of the later content. But no, I'm not too bothered by the length or anything. It's just that some of the failure points can be a little finicky to interact with, but we'll try it. If you set up a campfire in front of the Master Sword and change the day and grab it with 3 hearts. Yeah, that's the glitch that I thought you were talking about. I also just learned about it very recently. I have not tried it myself. But let's get up here. Wait for the platform. Not knock it off the platform. Okay, let's wait for the heights to synchronize here. There's going to be a little bit of fluctuation in the pattern just because of the travel distances on the platforms. You kind of prefer the one where a Yiga swordsman just picks it up. I didn't know about that one. I mean, how would you force a drop of the Master Sword in the first place? Does it have some kind of drop animation when you get electrocuted, or...? Because come to think of it, I don't actually remember how the Master Sword handles when you get struck by lightning with it or something. And whether that would create that opening for something like the Yiga clan swordsmen to pick it up. Like, I don't remember how that looks. You have to babysit the enemy to make it come to the deep forest. Okay. Oh, you mean pick it up from the Master Sword? Yeah, it never falls out of your hand. That's right. That's right. Oops. Okay, that's okay. We're within vertical columns that should not despawn it. We know the sword has not despawned because it's not coming out of the red pipe to the left. So we're fine. The main issue is, of course, if the sword kind of loads in a position that precedes the trampoline and tucks it under the trampoline. But luckily not an issue over here. Okay, let's cut momentum. Let's straighten out. Yeah, straightening out is a problem here because I need to hang left to poke the sword. I don't want to travel left. Okay, let's try it again. There we go. So line ourselves up by the one-way panel. I think that's the way to do it. Line ourselves up by the wall. There we go. Nope. Look at that. That's a 2-block spacing here as opposed to these 1-block spacings. We need to compensate for that accordingly. Let's see. Yes, that's interesting that the Master Sword interaction would work that way. I will have to look that up afterwards if I remember. I should just do one big catch-up session on a bunch of those, you know, I can't believe you can do this in Breath of the Wild videos, which have always been a YouTube subgenre of their own. Let's see. X number of things you didn't know about Breath of the Wild, along with everything else. So yeah, Terminator, we'll see how far we can get on this one today. Like I said, might not be spending as long per level as I usually do. But we've seen the length of this section is not too bad, but obviously there may be some unforeseen complications with certain spacings that are harder than they look once the sword actually gets there. And so we need to get further in the first place. Okay, here we are. Nope, let's wait for the next cycle. That'll work a little bit better. Maybe, no. Cycle after that? No, we got it. We'll wrap it around. Nope. Yeah, might as well just get those 100 seconds back at this point. Yeah, no worries, Terminator. I'll try to at least get a little more progress on this and try to get it to that diagonal arrow section that we see later. Yeah. Nice to have the reminder of not having previously cleared this, of course, given that it's one of the few in the series that I did originally give up on and hadn't gone back to since. Whoop. Nope. Nope. But yeah, we'll maybe try to stick with it on this attempt, and then we'll just go until next timeout as our maximum extent. But we'll see if we can do that. Anyway, let's wait for the platform to come back. And then, yeah, that's okay, it's still loaded. Yeah, luckily everything is, even with a big reset, kind of within a narrow enough vertical column that I am generally able to not worry about despawning. Okay, the sword does go pretty far when I tap it, so that's the concern over here. Until we can get a good position that will roughly guarantee that I can send it across. Oop. Okay, one more tap. Okay, there we go. Now this section here is the extent of where we've been. Straighten out and stop. Nope. Let's tap it back to the right side if we can. Okay. Now let's see. Aligning myself here is a little troublesome, but we're going to manage it. Let's align ourselves to the wall here. So I'm facing left, but also stopped. Nope. We don't want to go too low, obviously. Now here, we want to take it nice and high and nice and close so we can get it over that gap. Yeah, it needed to be above the block, not on the block, that section. Now here, the worry is overshooting it. Stand a little bit to the left here. A little bit to the left. Here we go. Let's not fall all the way down. I say as I fall all the way down. Hopefully it doesn't despawn. Let's try to get back in and see if we're within range. Is it still there? Any chance? Yes, it is. Still in the right vertical column. Okay. Not too bad. Okay, let's not despawn it. Let's make sure we get across. Oh, we need to follow it up, I think. Ah, okay, it's gonna come up and chase and despawn. Oh no, it actually fell all the way down to pit. Okay. Okay, I didn't know that it would come up automatically by itself. I thought I was supposed to tap it up, but... Because I guess all of the sword positions are marked with things like this. And let's see. It can't despawn off the note block. But did it drop down here? Is that... No, actually, well, it despawned somewhere. I don't exactly know where in that position it was. Yeah, Terminator will, like, I'm pretty satisfied with where we got here. We can probably take a breather from this one at this point, just because we have such a huge reset here. Because what I didn't expect was that I would need to chase the sword and maybe prevent it from coming down, because, like, it goes up by itself. And I don't think it outpaced me, it actually just kind of fell off directly, right? Because it's supposed to end up here, on this spot by itself. But even if it's just a little bit out of alignment, I think it potentially just falls off a gap somewhere before doing so, because... Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to tap it up or assist it up at some point before we get here. But if we are, I don't quite see what went wrong previously, so we'll just exit for the time being. We may have to go back to this one at some point, but I think I said that about number 11 as well. Number 11, yeah, and some other ones we haven't finished. Yeah, some of these I think I did early versions of before revision, so we actually did complete them. I don't quite remember which ones, but that should give you a sense. So, it fell because the springs weren't on screen. Yeah, because then the springs were not loaded at that point for the interaction. Okay, let's mark that as lost. Let's proceed. Mang should be here, I think. Let me take a look at the current list. I may precautionarily close the queue, at least for now, because we may have some long creations coming up. We may reopen if I have a lot of time at the end, but once Mang checks in and once we get the code going, we'll probably shut off for the time being. So that's assuming Mang checks in. If Mang does not check in, Mang is in the lurk list, but we can always do Lantis first. Mang is here. Okay, so we'll punch in your code and then we will close up for now. And I am still going to take my time to push through the levels, of course. But this way I at least don't let the stream run completely out of control. Let's pick the level first. Yeah, so we played the early versions of these three, so I think we will probably just go ahead to Rainbow Dash Muncher Splash unless there was something else I'm missing. I don't think so. So yeah, we'll do the most recent one. Rainbow Dash Muncher Splash. World record by Luca, who in this context is perhaps my Luca pony. Anyway, let's close up. Let me just update the stream title. And the bot. And we'll get right in here. We'll see how we're doing for time once we clear everybody else who remains present. Very descriptive. Now the preview shows me the ending screen, something to do with a star and Bitcoin after that. Okay, it is a star-based level. We'll take this and run across this gap and refresh the star as soon as we can. Yeah, no need to be afraid of things that usually kill us. 10 coin, and then we'll proceed. Checkpoint, and then, whoops. We were doing so well in terms of just one-shotting that section. Oops. I don't know why I thought I could land on that. I mean, I can land on that, I just shouldn't. SD, this is a fairly recent Mang level. I think I've seen it hanging about for a week or two now. It's from somewhere in April. But this is my first time seeing it, and I haven't... Well, I certainly haven't played, and I haven't seen it on any other stream yet either, because I haven't been keeping up. You do need full momentum on a star before you cut momentum by running into the wall there in order to make it over. That's the thing about the star, is that a lot of my usual intuitions when it comes to jump heights don't apply. And welcome Electrodude, by the way. I don't think I said that already. Yeah, look at how much space you can cover. These tile gaps that you see between the big munchers. Electrodude, the bot didn't tell you that you were live. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I don't know if maybe notifications are not quite functional or something. I also got on a little bit later than I intended today because some other things on my end ran late. Okay. And then this is obviously something. Okay, just 2 pipes there. We're not grabbing that. That's okay, we'll just take it. Yeah, SD is certainly about a tile and a half, I think, but because we have the 2 tile munchers that are centered on top of some piece. But it's a considerable amount of space that we are covering. That went pretty efficiently. And I don't think we missed a hard mode at the end or anything, we just took the exit. I mean, it's a very entity-heavy level, obviously, with all the muncher stacks everywhere, so I'm guessing that's all you had enough room to build. Terminator, I may reopen later if we get through the rest of the queue quickly, but I don't know about the length of some of the later levels, so we will see how we're doing when the queue is clear. Because, yeah, I usually don't expect to get through a New Mang level that quickly. But this one went well. I am definitely going to look at some of this stuff to see if there's artwork or anything else. There is artwork. Look, it's Lantis. And Lantis, of course, is going to be next up in queue, so that's going to be a preview of the art style to come, I'm sure. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, best drawing. Certainly up there. Okay, play any. Let's just go down the list. Ashshell Castle. Yeah, we passed over this one for some reason, so let's just do it. Remove all obstacles and defeat Bowser using shells only. Let's try it. This is from October 2019, so it's going to be on the original patch 1.0, actually. Or 1 point something before Link was in the game. Imagine that, Lantis making a Team Shell level. Okay, we can take as many of these as we'd like. We'll pow this the other way. I don't know why I thought I could deflect that, but that was obviously not the case. We do want to fire it. I don't want to just, well, we need to do a little bit of target practice here. I want to just soft drop it. Interestingly enough, though, what happens if you soft drop it and it lands on top of the POW? Like, if you do it like this... Hang on, just a moment. I'm going to try to lock myself. I think it can be done if I'm just a little more careful, but it depends on the drop position, of course, on the air belt. There we go. Oh, it doesn't lock because the POW squishes it. Okay, that's very smart. I should have realized that myself, in fact. Whoops. There we are. We did it the fancy way. Did I hear there's a Maker 2 program that converts media files into Music Maker levels? Yeah, actually, the creator of that app, Uncaught Cursor, drops by my stream fairly often, Terminator. He was here just yesterday, I think. And as far as I know, Uncaught Cursor is also making a much better level browser that is going to be kind of like a third-party equivalent to the old bookmark site, obviously without the kind of bookmark integration with the game, but, you know, with similar searchability for people who are not logged in. So that's not quite ready to go yet, but I'm aware that that is the next Maker Tool software project that we can expect. And I think it's okay for me to announce that. I mean, it's not my project to announce, but I think it's publicly known that that's in the works. Whoops. That was a bad shot. Okay. It does, of course, make a difference if you lean into the throw. We just need to watch the timing here. That's going way too high. Because I need to catch the POW at the peak like that, yeah. That's how to do it. And we'll just find the positioning here. It's probably going to be a back shot here as well. Nope, not quite. Yeah, we'll figure it out. It may be that I need to kind of jump into this and do a rear deflection. No, or a front deflection. Let's try a couple of different positions here just to see. I mean, firing into the muncher is also another idea. Yeah, firing into the muncher is correct. Okay. Oh, and you can also do another gate opening from back here. That's checkpoint. Or no, that's just actually a shell dispenser. You need to activate the thwomp and then fire. No, I need to bounce it first. Or rather, yeah. Fire the shell and then bounce it. Or lower it, rather. Let's... nope. Being a little too fancy. I mean, the conveyor belt under the bumper does give you enough time to just drop and then go down. It's just that I'm missing because I'm going over this ledge completely and getting out of the thwomp range. There we go. Much better. That's what I wanted all along. I kind of wonder if you can do speed tricks in this level with multiple shells that you carry forward from multiple pipes. And then... no, you kind of need to go between these pretty quickly. There we go. Very good. Then... here. Once again, we just need to lower the thwomps with decent timing. No, that's much too late. That was not decent timing. Here we go. Thwomp stays low for a while, in fact. Okay, donut blocks here, it's purely for activating the thwomps. I think it's side thwomps in both cases, right? Yep. So yeah, we just need to fire this and then get in position. Do that. And we're through. Then we need to lower these guys to deflect. Ooh, this is interesting. Because if you send them over normally... yeah, you definitely need to drop the third one. Then... no, you know what? You can just deflect this back and forth. Then you need to lower the correct one. Or just do it accidentally the way I managed. Okay, it's going to be boss time. Assume with more or less the same mechanic. And okay, Bowser. Yeah, we can get him with a few shells here. Oh, I like the use of the hard blocks to interact with this chase mechanic in terms of what it's doing. It's isn't actually adding too much pressure to the player, like it's there to scare the player, because the main time check, of course, is going to be from, whoops, from the auto scroll. I was trying to put on that helmet quickly. And Astro is looking at this thinking, wow, this does not bode well for future boss battles that allegedly cannot be done. Yeah, no, I was just trying to get into that one health spot to fire the shell, and that didn't work as well as I could. And yeah, SD hard blocks are essential. I mean, I kind of wish that there were more blocks of this game that had some of the equivalent functionality. Like I've often said when people ask me what I'd be interested in for a feature set in Mario Maker 3, certainly one thing would be other ways to do scroll breaks that aren't just hard blocks. So you could have scroll breaks that are a little more versatile, that allow for more camera control. I mean, I tend to obsess over the camera quite a bit, which is why I'm always talking about camera control mechanics, but you know, that's certainly something that I think the feature set can improve. Given that, in some ways, we're kind of overly dependent on hard blocks just literally for that one functionality. Soft blocks are cooler, you're saying, Mang. And Inspector Tequila, we will reopen in a little bit if I have time after I get through the existing run of levels. I am going to decide that based on how things look once we've cleared the people who are already in the queue. So, yeah, I usually don't close this early, so we'll take a shell with us here. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see you later today, but right now I just can't guarantee that. These doors are not likely to be matched to anything unless there's a way to activate a block below them, so let's just exit. Oh, what's this? Ah, okay, it's a GG screen that's going to give me something interesting when everything pops out. No. Oh no, that's just a shell at the end. It's just a purely aesthetic thing with the bullet blasters to create something that looks like a shell. Yeah, that's kind of interesting that they changed the damage calculation for that. In Mario Maker 2, you need 14 hits because Bowser has 40 HP, and the 14 hits add up to 42, if I understand that correctly. Like, Bowser still does have 40 HP, it's just that the calculations on the various forms of attack have a lot more granularity to them. Anyway, thank you for that, Atlantis. Let's move on. See who's here. Okay. Nintenium. We'll wait for Nintenium to check in, as always. And Mel has a post-clear check code ready, I see. If that's how I should usually understand that. Latest version of Wendy's Volcano Bowel when we get there. Hot soda. Let's down some hot soda. I don't know what I thought was going to happen there. Oh yeah, no. I sometimes play a little scared around on-off walls like that in spite of the fact that they're clearly going to get out of the way. Yes, the shell drops on top of what? I feel like I was supposed to get a second bounce there. Let's watch that properly. Yeah, shell on top of the mole, you obviously get a second bounce, and then bounce on top of this guy with a better shell release. Cameron, you are still here yet? That's good to know. Whoops. Let's fix this arc. Shell release and bounce, and then that gets you past another on-off state switch wall. Yeah, activate the thwomp. Come here. Oh, yeah, I instinctively thought I would just bounce on top of the shell, not paying attention to the fact that platforms are created beneath it. Because I just looked at that and thought, okay, shell's gonna hit the on-off switch, and clearly I just bounced on the shell on its way back, right? Then totally misread that. Whoa, I'm surprised I made that jump. I guess the piranha plants and their hitbox is not actually as scary as all that, so... okay, let's not do that. That looked like a state switch with that icicle. I think that was strongly implied, and I'm mostly just glad I read that correctly. We bounce on top of the shell, we maintain momentum, bounce on it again, soft drop the spring, and then we'll see what happens from there. Yeah, I looked at it icicle and thought that can only mean one thing. Oops. Bounce on top of the shell a second time, soft drop it, and then that forward momentum will take that over to the coins. I don't know if those coins are being set over a safe landing location, or if something like a V-switch transforms them into a safe landing location, but regardless, we'll understand that when we get there. Okay. Yep. Over. And out. There we go. And of course we'll poke the face at the end just because we can, or can't. Hang on. Let's do it. I'm not getting world record anyway, so fine. Let's hit the X. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, pretty fun one. I totally was faked out by that bit with the shell hitting the on-off switch, but pretty satisfying to get that bounce on the dropped spring as always, while it was busy sinking. 23-second world record, that is very crisp. That jump to the clouds is possible. Yeah, I know. I looked at it and thought, okay, I just need a good edge jump from the question blocks. At that point, though, I think I just gave up on it. It was visibly very possible. I just didn't do it. And wound up proving nothing. So, yeah, Nintentium, pretty solid platforming experience as always. Just cranking those out week after week after week. Nintentium, you've got to be pretty close to upload limit at this point, I would think. Not that I've kept track, but it seems like you've been at a very quick pace recently. Try to use the Fire Flower if I can. Yeah. And again, as always, if there are particular secret rooms that or alternate paths that you want me to focus on, do let me know. I know that we didn't clear one of the alternate paths I found last time. And so we'll just try to get through it the way we know, and I'm sure in this version you fixed things like the seesaw lock that we saw last time as well. Oops. Let's grab some fungus over here. That's going to be a little bit of a thrill. This location here, let's see. And then this thing here, yeah, we need to not get hit by the chomp. The chomp does stretch below, yes. Oh yes, and I remember that, yeah, last time we did the on-off interaction here by just taking damage through the icicle. That will not be possible this time because we bungled that completely. I think we established last time that that doesn't really do that much for me. But I don't know if you would have checked it more thoroughly since we last talked, in terms of what the state switch potentially affects if you do activate it early. And particularly with some of the state switching that will be happening later on. Okay. In this section. It made the next cannon a bit too hard, I see. Seeing how that would be the case... Oh, because of the blue tile over here. Yes, I see. Because then you would need to navigate your way down below, right? As long as it doesn't lock you, I guess. It made it throw fish on the left. Oh, yes, because the position would be open. Yeah, I understand that now. Okay. Whoops. Have to quickly switch to swimming mode again. After being shot. Should have understood that that was not going to be safe, but it's okay. I've only, played this 3 times now, at least? Anyway, up we go. And, yeah, as long as we don't get chopped by the chomp too early. We'll come down here. Okay, well, let's do this. Yeah, let's head back down. Oh, okay, that guy took me by surprise. Have to watch out for the chomp RNG sometimes. Before we pop back down. Okay. Fish are coming, I'm sure. Yeah, it's pretty easy to accidentally double tap this, I think. Because you're swimming, right? If you're swimming, you're constantly bobbing up and down. I don't know if there's an elegant solution to that. If you're ever swimming into a vertical activation like you do with those on-off switches, you probably wouldn't want to block that off outright or anything. I think that would not work as a solution, but it is very easy to just kind of do a double activation from swimming, especially if you're dodging the fish at a moment's notice and just kind of playing impulsively. Yeah, that is part of the issue, perhaps, that especially if you are going in there while you're tall, or if you don't have the bone shell, then... I mean, even if you do have the bone shell, there's a certain likelihood that you'll be shot, and you need to react very promptly to understand that you need to start hitting buttons again, as we saw earlier. But, whoops. Yeah, if you're tall, you're kind of tight enough against the ceiling that you kind of have to hug the ceiling for safety as you're swimming back and forth, and so opportunities here are pretty limited when it comes to Whoa, no, shouldn't have gone for that cycle. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of waiting for the timing there too, with the current spacing. Whoops. But we'll try it. Okay. Very stylish. Very stylish. Okay. Let's get over here. And we changed out shells. Whoops. Nope. Want to do that. Right, let's wait for some visibility on the chumps first before we decide to zip right through. It was very close to getting sniped. Once again. And yeah, I see, because if you lower the on-off switch ahead of time, then yeah, and then the fish starts shooting to the left. Oh, that's interesting, because I thought... Oh, I guess I was reading the kind of collision priority between the blue platform and the on-off switch there. I would have just assumed that the blaster was set on a falling platform, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Depending on the way it spawns in. Let's see here. We do need to hit this to get the spike ball going. And then we'll pop upstairs. Yeah, previously we managed to get here with the tail. I remember that because we just whipped the on-off from above. Snowball also kind of works, in fact. Except I have no real item worth mentioning to work with here. Now, if we can get within range to spawn the fire from that pipe, that would also be useful, but I don't think we can. However, we have an additional block of spacing here on the left. Yep, and that opens up, but it doesn't open up the ice on the side, so we actually would still need to do something else with that. Interestingly enough, though, you can probably, whoops, raise the thwomp by enough that you can still get there without the flower. Like, if you raise the thwomp, I mean, it is going to go through the wall eventually, but if you raise the thwomp and then manage to get a trampoline on top of the thwomp, you might be able to go up above the ice that way, but... yeah, I'm fairly certain that the last time I got there by flight, and then we'll try other things. This is a new playthrough after all. Okay, a lot of fire here on Vine Curtain in the middle. And let's just do this once again. Okay, we're tall. That means I need to get out of here quickly. Pop that, and then we have a leaf. A new leaf. Okay, pop what we can. Just to prevent issues. And then we'll do this. We'll give the Cheep Cheep a bit of time here first. No, and then give myself a bit of space here. And then we'll proceed. Yeah, this whole segment is built pretty tightly, but I can see how you might potentially give yourself a tile of leeway if this top right corner is adjusted, perhaps. It's going to be tight either way. What was this again? Leaf. Yes, that's right. Anyway. Let's head back down. Cannon part needs to be raised as well. Yeah, I'm just thinking about that. It might be too fussy to change, but like maybe the cheap sheep is potentially just I don't know if it's a little too much or if there's something that can be done to alleviate that somewhat away, but now we have checked the pipe room before, right? Is that the one that gave me the fire flower, or is that something else? Interestingly enough, you actually can get on top of the snowball this way, but we'll probably not do things that way. Oops. Yeah, obviously you need the thwomp to eventually bust through, but I'm just trying to fool around here to see if we can maybe take the shell with us somehow. Hang on. Nope. Didn't mean to break it or break that. Okay, we may have lost access to the secret I wanted to see after the scroll break. Yeah, because scroll break goes to the checkpoint, and then there's a flight segment that takes you over to the top left. We may have missed our chance. Because, yeah, it does give the flower. That's right, that's right. Well, we can fool around with this a little bit more then, and see here. Oops. Okay, not quite. Hang on. This conveyor is giving me a bit of trouble. Yeah, let's try to get the flower because that's the thing that you requested for this test. And that way we're not doing too much that's just kind of redundant with what we saw before. Whoops. And we'll try it again. Okay. Let's make it over. That is done. Try to survive the chomps. Yeah, so there are two opportunities to grab the leaf here, so as long as I grab the mushroom off the first opportunity, I still have access to a leaf afterwards. We just need to stay alive. I should be able to do it. Whoa, no. Lost a shell. Okay, that's fine. We can probably still endure. We would need to drop the shell for Cape Flight anyway. Oh, whoa, okay. Cheap Cheap coming down like that was unexpected. Yeah, we may not be able to do it after all then. Whoops, miss everything. That's okay, let's just take the death so we can actually see the path that we're talking about. And let's drop in. Okay, jumping off the icicles for no particular reason. Yeah, some of the chomps do kind of snipe, but this is how it goes. We'll just try to play some of this cleanly once the chomps come out to play. Yeah, let's just wait for this one first, perhaps. We could have gone across on that cycle. For sure. But yeah, bottom chomp is definitely a bit of a surprise every time, I think. In terms of understanding how it's going to come out and hit. So I think it's maybe possible for a first-time player to perceive that bottom chomp is a little bit blind, but I mean, we're pretty familiar with it by now. Whoops, okay, managed that just barely. Not quite what I was going for, but it works. Yeah, just taking that thing out entirely seems best. Let's wait for the next cycle. And also grab the flower when we... Sorry, the leaf, rather, when we have the chance. Yeah, the bottom chomp, the thing is that... Oh, okay. Here we go again. It is possible to kind of descend right into it, chomping you in the face. And it's very difficult to predict as a player simply because you don't see the positioning of that chomp at all while it's concealed by the lava. And so it's possible for it to just be very sneaky and essentially invisible to the player. Okay. Let's... Oops. I heard the snowball was supposed to be for the on-off switch. Perhaps. How did I do this? Oh yes, you know what? I could just run across the conveyor. That would be plenty room to work with, perhaps? Oh, nope. Maybe I lost it again. I should have enough room to fly. Yeah. I didn't do a very good job of that. Yeah, no point in going forth to checkpoint at this point because we will be unable to test the thing that we wanted to check. Okay. Let's go back. And let's see what lies here. Okay, there we go. Swimming felt a little bit sluggish that time for some reason. I don't know what I was doing that felt off, but anyway, let's wait for this chomp to come down first. Yeah, and there's not much of a chance to see that there even is a chomp here, in fact, or for that matter there. It's okay, we're still doing fine. Maybe even just wait for this one to lunge at me again. Oh, whoops, that was a bad idea. That's okay, we still have access to one more leaf. Assuming we can hit the on-off switch cleanly. So yeah, if the Cheep Cheep fires at me while the blaster is on the way down, that is a bit of a surprise. There definitely is a certain pattern where that happens. Okay, fish please. Nope. Headroom once again. Yeah, it kind of feels like those on-off switches were not really tuned for Mario being tall, but... Yeah, I think the Cheep Cheep might actually be too much. Because if you're bobbing up and down while swimming to the switch in that section, it's already going to be a bit of an issue. Like, I don't know if maybe it would work to have something like just a standard bullet bill coming out of there, with perhaps a more predictable pattern. And more importantly, a kind of slower rate of travel. Or if Like, I know maybe you're partly using the red blaster for aesthetic reasons as well. Like, I think maybe the kind of range of the red blaster might be part of the issue there as well in terms of getting blasted by a cheap shooter there without much of a window to escape unless you have extremely crisp timing to get to that on-off switch and get back out. But we'll see, because I think in this current form, there's just, you know, if you wait for one cheap and then you go for the switch, there's not much of a safety window there, and there's the issue of the blaster shooting a cheap in your face on your way down as well, which was the thing we ran into a few attempts ago. So, yeah, because that definitely feels like a bit of a sticking point. I don't know why I didn't notice it in previous versions, but I guess we were out of there pretty quickly and not repeating this section very much because we were just going straight for checkpoint instead of fooling around with preserving power-ups. So some of these things, you know, you only really expose with a bit of repetition that you normally wouldn't see. Yeah, let's wait for the next cycle because we have to deal with lava. Obviously, I do get the flexibility to take a point of damage if I understand immediately that I'll be knocked out of this shell, but I'd rather do it cleanly. Sail here and go. There we go. I do like that light pattern on the item in terms of compelling you to chase it down to the right. I wonder about the edge case where you would deflect a spike ball with the leaf. I don't know if there's ever going to be a circumstance where that's an issue, but... Oh, whoops. Like that once again. Sorry, Bone Shell. Oop. Okay. Got it. There we go. Just needed to build up a bit of speed with the back and forth. Let's wait for the fire. Homing blaster is way too much, hence, yeah. Yeah, because if you were starting from the assumption that it was going to be a red blaster, that would have been the issue. So if I take the flower, that would probably preclude me from taking that top right alternate passage after checkpoint, right? But you want me to test with a fire flower, so we'll do it. I'll also grab this guy because maybe that gets me upstairs there as well. Yeah, because previously you just didn't have that many flower interactions, and you did say, I think, that this was going to be one of the changes. Let's try not to lose the bone shell this time. I think we'll just drop it off for the moment, and then... Okay. Nope. Okay, we want to throw, and we also want to duck. So here's the issue, is that when you're tall, bumping the thwomp is suddenly a lot trickier. There we go. At least you get to raise it multiple times like that. That is fine. And then I can probably take the spring with me as well, if I'm careful. Let's not knock out the shell. Let's see what we can do with these two objects together. So yeah, I'm since I'm past checkpoint, I'm not going to go back and repeat this if we do fail on stuff here, but let's get that upstairs. Get the bone shell over here and just preserve as much as we can on the way up. Because then we can check that other passage, perhaps. Oops. Jumping out of a shell works well. Yeah, I'm trying to preserve the shell, though. Whoops. What did I say about preserving the shell? I may not be able to make it. Let's see. If I respawn to Snowball and drop the Snowball on top of this spring, maybe, but I think we have lost our opportunity to get up there this time. So let's just progress through this pathway with ice. Sorry, with fire, rather. Fire does a couple of additional things. And we're also going to take the spring just because I can. Interesting. I wonder what fire does there then. Yeah, you get access to a quick on-off switch down there with a tail as well if you want to do it that way. Guess the ice gives you a tiny bit of additional headroom, but we'll see. Yeah, the fire Cheep was earning its pay. Okay. Yeah, I do have to go around the bottom, I think. That's okay, we can do it. There's plenty of room. And of course, holding this object in lieu of having the bone shell does allow me to swim a little bit more freely, which is important here. Because then we can just swim rapidly. It's actually easier with this than with the bone shell. Ah, okay, fire gets you across this stuff if you want to do it. Which means that you don't have to deal with the chomp down below quite as much. Of course, I still want to preserve this, just because that is the stylish way to play. Notice that fire would also get you across these blocks here, but we missed the opportunity to do that. That's okay. Taking the spring forward is still a new material, so we'll try it. Oh. But yeah, I guess you added a couple of ice interactions like that. You have the extra cloud here for the bug that we saw previously, so that's good. Also, one thing we didn't try previously is just reverting the on-off. Whoops, I lost a spring. Okay, that's unfortunate. And getting in here with the off state. We didn't try that to see if anything changes. Nothing changes, except you have off as the starting state here. And it alternates anyway, so no big deal. So here, from this point, is just equivalent to what we've seen before, right? Are there any changes to be aware of, or we might as well test it just in case? Oh. Okay. Gotta be extra careful here. And, oh, time's up. Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, I mean, new version obviously, so we can try to grab the clear on this anyhow, but we'll be relatively quick about it. I hope. Yeah, too bad we lost a trampoline. That was, Oh, I see. I didn't even notice that I had cut through a whole bunch of this with ice my first time. So there's actually quite a lot going on there with ice. It's okay, we'll have that go around and just try to clear once more. yeah, should be pretty familiar business from this point on, since we... Back, I mean, we can see the ice locations to see what you did with them, but... Taking advantage of repositioning a mole is kind of important. So yeah, like I said, nothing seemed to break with having the on-off state start with off. Whoa, that's a snipe. Okay. So yeah, beware of the chops. Still a lesson to learn here. Okay. Down we go. We'll head back up this way. And whoops, already making some mistakes here. Second castle has chomp base. So is there anything critical that we need to see with the remaining parts of the level here? Or are we just doing this for a first clear that may or may not stick? Yeah, because if there aren't big changes for the rest of this, and if you're still going to be working on new versions, then we probably won't stick with it for too long. Like, I'll see this attempt through, but we'll probably stop there. I know I didn't get a chance to actually see the bonus path again this time, but we'll try to prioritize clearing that at some point when we get a chance. Yeah, this is really kind of a tough little sandwich here between the hammer and the chomp. There are some safe zones. This is a safe zone right in the square, for instance, but... Oh, look at that blaster on-off switch overlap. Anyway, thank you for that. We will consider that satisfied for now, since we have cleared the other versions, and it doesn't seem like there's anything too critical from that point on, apart from, you know, some of the ice paths that you added along the way. So yeah, it's mostly that one exit pathway that's high up that depends on you to, you know, have something like Bone Shell, for instance, to make it up there just past checkpoint 1 that we'll try to be attentive to the next time we get a chance to run this. But for now, we will just mark that up. I'm going to count it as a win since we've beaten this before and we were seeing new content, so... Not that it matters, I don't really use much of that stat tracking anyhow. SDGML, if you are still here, please check in. Whenever I see this RMG at the end of the code, I always think Royal Museums, Greenwich. I think that's just my first association with those 3 letters. Let's see what I haven't played yet. Runaway Ski Lift, 20 seconds. That's the next one. And Hot Potato. We missed both of these for some reason. So, let's see. Yeah, Ski Lift and Hot Potato. Either one is fine. We, I don't know if you have a preference. If you don't, I'll just go down the list and do Ski Lift. Unless I saw an early version of this. Possibly I did. But, that's okay. I don't know, so we'll just play it. That way there will be no ambiguity. Yeah, I'll see if I remember this. I feel like I may have played something that looks similar to this from you, but... I think I might have, but again, it's a new version, and so we'll try to get it clear. So we don't need to guess. I think you might have sent me like a really early one. Oops. Then we'll have a quick series of jumps there. And once we do things successfully for a change, we'll see some of the time benchmarks that we're dealing with. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to slide into that guy. I wanted to pick him up. Yeah, no, maybe this is new to me. And okay. No, I'm still not switching out of a slide into a forward run quickly enough. I need to switch that pretty much as soon as I get down off the slope so I can pick up the item accurately instead of killing it with my bum. The way that we've been doing. That goes for that one too. Just not doing my diagonal input very cleanly. Yeah. Same issue there. I am just holding it as a slide way too long every time. Or perhaps going into a down diagonal by mistake and not resolving the issue of actually picking those things up. Pretty easy fix though. Okay, there we go. And the same idea here. That was the same issue, and that would have gotten me to the end with enough time, I believe. On the assumption that we're going to drop in directly to the goal on the other side. Right, there we go. And yeah, I just need to estimate my exact placement of going from crouch to forward. A little better than we've been doing. But everything else is pretty manageable from there. That's the goal. 1 second remaining, so thank you for that, SD. A whole second, an exact second away from the current standing record. Yeah, Progan, welcome. And Brogan, I saw that you uploaded the fix to your escape room a few minutes before I went on stream, in fact. And I thought, oh, let's just get in there and just grab first clear, since I know the solution. And I don't just want to give away the solution without actually going through the level. But you should know, DI Program, that the bomb room activation issue that we had on a previous run does still exist, I think. I did run into it on my first attempt, and I wasn't able to reproduce it, but there is still something that trips it up. And obviously, I don't know how it looks off screen, so can't exactly be very thorough about testing that. Astroy, we're going to see if you check in. Astroy, I do still see you here. Yep. Good. And looking forward to seeing what this is. F2G. etc. 19G2XF. It might still exist, but so hard to replicate. Yeah. I mean, I have no idea what it is that I've been doing that seems to trigger it repeatedly, but I guess the risk with something like that is simply that it might make the player give up on it as a solution. I know that I might be prone to reading that as saying that I did the wrong thing, right? And it's more of a risk, I think, with those mechanics when it comes to puzzles than otherwise. Anyway, it can't be done. Just try and defeat this. Asteroid, thanks for offering me first clear. I see a lot of people have crashed against us already and decided to agree with you that it can't be done, but we'll see what the clear condition is, and we'll... Or maybe this says IT can't be done, and that reaching the goal after defeating all 6 Meowsers is a problem because the people in the information technology department will come up and have a word with you. Oh, okay. So we just need to straight up fight these guys, cat versus cat, right? And it needs to be with the cat, because I don't think I can do anything with him otherwise. So it's actually kind of a consistency check, this thing here. We just need to swat him in the face. Oh. Unless there is anything else I don't know. So yeah, if we get through this really quickly, we will... and obviously by getting through this, I'm not saying that I'll necessarily push through this for the first clear, but we'll see if we can make a reasonable effort. We'll see if we can reopen, because a few submissions went by really quickly, and so there's a chance that we can do it. Wow. Really do need to understand his pattern here. 1v1, 1v2, and 1v3. Okay, so it's 3 separate rooms. Interesting way of testing that, of course. Yeah, the main issue with the fighting him with a catsuit is that you kind of need to get in melee range, and he does tend to pounce. Okay. And you have to do it all within 500 seconds as well, which you would think is not too much of an issue, but... And wow, he just rolls into you, okay. Yeah, the thing about Meowser is that he's got this gigantic placement box. I used to know exactly what it was since I've used Meowser many times in my own levels. I think Meowser is one of my most commonly used elements, in fact. Because it's possible to do quite a lot with this pattern that... you know, can be difficult to keep under control sometimes, but when you do manage to get him into a controlled space, the fights can be quite dynamic. And yeah, it just needs to find a way to actually reach him in the first place without getting pounced. I feel like I want to flank him. Or at least, like, swipe and get out. Whoa, okay. Never mind. Yeah. Just the leanest boss rush imaginable, pretty much. The final destination of Meowser levels here. Wow. So basically I need to find an opportunity when I'm fairly certain that Meowser can't pounce in my direction because he's doing something else. Or I just need to get in, swipe, and get out without getting hit by fire. Nope. It's too close. Too close. And you need to swipe him quite a bit, and multiple Meowsers are going to be a huge problem for dodging as well, but the issue so far isn't really even dodging the fire so much, it's figuring out how to get a hit in. Because he's... this whole time. Maybe I just whack him in the face instead of trying to go down low. Not quite. we'll see if we can at least beat one fight. I mean, obviously this is... well, that allegedly can't be done, so... Here's one possibility, is to do that swipe when he's in his climbing form. And just get out slightly sooner than we've been doing. Whoa. Yeah, that's okay. We'll at least try to beat the 1v1, which... there is a limit to how much he'll pounce at once, though. There's... okay, we got one hit. That's a start. Okay, didn't quite get in position there. Yeah, because he does two sideways movements. There's a little bit of variance to that we need to be aware of, but whoops. He'll do two at a time and then stop. So we just need to watch that carefully. If no one's beaten this, I am kind of curious as to what the on-screen record is right now, whether I've seen very many people get to the 1v3 or not at all. And, yeah, I would have assumed that you do record to clear checks. Yeah, he's going to do double bounce and leap. Okay. The timer is actually going to become an issue if I do it this way, especially with some of the multi-Meowser fights later. We can't just snipe him one stroke at a time. You don't think anyone has gotten past 1v2 yet? Okay. I should, in fact, look into the video afterwards, since it's not something that spoils puzzle solutions or anything like that. At least I don't think so. Okay, let's get out. Have to get him really close. It is kind of like a fighting game, this thing here. Except, of course, taking damage from touching him at all is a bit of a hindrance. Yeah, Cameron, you probably could if you wanted to, but... well, I mean, you know, only one way to prove it. Not that I doubt your abilities, but... we don't deal in theoretical clears here. Whoa. One moment. This is the closest thing to a fighting game yet. A little unfair that he gets a Hadoken and I don't. Whoops. Okay, just gotta get in and snipe a little bit. But yeah, it is kind of all about the sort of jump in and approach, right? Not that I know my fighting games very well at all as a player, but I was a Street Fighter casual at best. Second room is probably 4.5 difficulty range. Oh, is that by the team boss calibration? Let's see. Because I've had some team boss or similar levels submitted to me before, I think, but I never actually looked up the team difficulty score tracking or anything, so I don't really have a good sense of what a 4.5 is relative to things that I might have cleared in the past. You are a fighting game player. I can kind of tell looking at A, this fight, and B, the fact that you would have clear checked it. I can kind of tell. Oh. Alright. Do this. This level is rated an 11. And, oh yes, the massive Merlin 3D world level, that's right. It was a 4. It probably shouldn't have been a 2-hour grind, to be honest. I was very tired and careless with that one, but that's okay, a win is a win. It's amazing how difficult this actually is, just because of the movement pattern and the hitbox disadvantage that I have. You can't do 1v3 in a cat suit, but you can do it in a builder suit. Well, I mean, with a builder suit, you can just build some blocks and use that to perhaps constrain some positions, right? Unless they bust them open with fire. That's an interesting idea, actually. Doing the builder suit fight as well. Too bad you can't use your hammer to just whack the crates forward. This is the most advanced way of taking out Meowsers without any... I'm reading chat. Without any assist from other enemies besides himself. Yeah, because I mean there are only so many ways to kill him in the first place, and most of them give you some ranged flexibility in terms of item usage, fire flower, POWs, etc. And also, yeah, with the no-hit condition, that's actually a pretty big deal. I mean, this kind of implicit no-hit condition makes a huge difference. Now, what if you get behind him and he does turn? Okay. Because I'm thinking that if I can flank him, things get a bit easier, but I don't have a good opportunity to get over him because Big Meowser here is being a problem. So, if I don't jump, he'll climb, yeah. Oops. Yeah, when I first got the game, Big Meowser was one of the first elements I really played with a lot, quite seriously. That was, of course, back in 2019 at this point, so and I wouldn't have done the cat versus cat fight. I would have been thinking about just how to confine his movement patterns to get a boss fight to just behave sensibly. Yeah, most of the things I say would be interesting to do with the boss have already been done. Oh, likely. But it's still always nice to see concepts, even familiar concepts, with a quality implementation. I don't know, I've seen some pretty interesting boss fights in this game that sometimes are unique because they take advantage of mechanics that you usually don't necessarily think of as related to bosses. Like, I'm thinking of that one level in the 5YMM last year by Chirisu from South Korea, where you got the huge boss arena where you're just constantly doing momentum tricks back and forth across the level, and so it was essentially kind of a platforming boss where you just do 3 cycles of a platforming challenge, but the kind of scale of fights that go beyond one room and still manage to work reliably definitely makes a big difference. Here's the other thing about this. I noticed that here, of course, you have the walls slightly exceeding the bounds of a single screen scroll stop. I don't know if that's done mostly to keep this one tile on the key symmetrical, or if there's some other reason for that, but I'm definitely noticing that I can scroll back and forth the tile, basically, instead of being locked to either side. I guess it adds some variations to Meowser's positioning as well. If the camera is not locked on the x-axis, there's some additional unpredictability to it. But anyway, I'll catch up on Astro, what you're saying about the different levels that you're naming in just a moment. I am trying to dodge right now, but we'll see. How many hits does Meowser need from the cat? A lot. So let's see. Oops. And yeah, look at this little forward slide on his landing. But yeah, one of the first things I made in this game was a level that had a Meowser fight that was trying to do this kind of multi-phase thing where you would also be fighting, you know, with Fire Bros and such, and that you could kind of loot their fire flowers if you take them out and take out the turrets. There was a bunch of stuff going on at that level. It was like a clear pipe water level, since I was just playing with new toys. Clear time for the maker. We can take a look. I'll get back into this in a second. Alright. Yeah, 40 hits, that's what I thought it was, because it's the full 40 hit points, and the cat swipe is only going to do 1. 8-minute 11. That is tight, if that's the actual clear check time and not an artificially inflated one. That's going to be a close shave. Because, yeah, I could see that even with the current method that we have, we'd likely run into time trouble. And yeah, Terminator, you could have just asked the maker, but of course, we've proven it on video. ClearVid to redo it was even tighter. Oh, okay, so yeah, I didn't know that your clear video was not your clear check, I suppose. But I just assumed that was the implication. But hey, at least you didn't have to do it over a whole series of ink coin checkpoints or what have you. Electric Dude, I think that applies to... that question applies to most of Mario Maker at the high end of difficulty. And... you know, obviously that applies to a whole bunch of different kinds of challenges, whether people take pleasure in precision or shells or bosses or what have you. Or E-balloons or whatever else, and... a lot of it is just to see if it can be done, I think. I mean, you know, it's the kind of thing that... it's always sort of nice when other people in the community are taking the time to push these limits and discover those limits for you, so you don't have to do it yourself. And yeah, Asteroid, as a fighting game player who can apparently go toe-to-toe with Yubo pros, clearly has the kind of frame animation reflexes to do something like this with only a 30-minute grind, you're saying, which is not bad at all, considering that you were also running up tightly against the time limit. The title is for jokes. Well, there are certainly days when IT can't be done. Oop. So yeah, considering that this is the kind of thing that literally takes 5 minutes to slap into the editor, it is mechanically pretty engaging for that. Like, it actually is fun to try to do this fight, even though it is practically a, you know, editor test room. And you finally made a description saying no one defeats the ground Bowser. No one. Well, I mean, you need to do it 6 times, so. Oh, and Ryukar first cleared that and did a YouTube video on it. Yeah, I mean, that's what Ryukar does. I actually tend to find that it's a good sign when the really good players in the game can clear hard content very cleanly. It tells you that, you know, the level is very readily learnable, I guess. Like, what you don't want, I think, is difficulty that is unreliable enough that it creates problems even for the top-end players. Like, I think the top-end players should actually be able to beat hard content more or less blind. And that doesn't make the content not hard, right? Like, it just means that you kind of have a bit of proof that the learning process is something that is going to be fair. When somebody clears a level like this, it makes the title look much funnier. Yeah, I mean, that's much more often the case, Cameron, for levels that actually have clears on them and were just made by people who didn't have a good understanding of how easily their creations were cheesed. Okay. What's our hit record so far? I haven't really been paying attention. I think at most I've gotten maybe 4 or 5 hits. That's 1 hit. Yeah, we'll try to get a record number of hits at least. 2 hits. Oh, no. 3 hits, and then... King Boo has never beaten a Meowser level. Do I know who King Boo is? I don't think I know who King Boo is, actually. But the maker content creator community is vast, and we do not all know each other. Much as it often seems to be the case. Partly because there's enough stuff going on in Mario Maker that a lot of the interest groups, I think, can be fairly fragmented. Such that you could be a big deal among precision people and not know who the notable makers are in the puzzle scene, and vice versa. Okay. Okay, we got a few hits in. Yeah, so in that climbing animation, it's possible to get 2 hits in pretty safely. But if you're extra cautious, it should be possible to eventually chip him down, even though I'm going to be nowhere close to time. Okay, then we just get out of there before he rolls into position. And we basically need to do that 20 times. We're doing 2 swipes at a time. Okay, is he coming back? Yes, he is. Oh, whoops. Nope. Didn't expect him to land facing forward like that. Yeah, camera, it's kind of interesting, though, that... I mean, there is such a thing as players who are really experienced in the standard styles who just don't know their way around advanced 3D world. Or even moderate 3D world. Like, it's surprising in some ways, even many years into the game, how unfamiliar with 3D world mechanics a lot of very experienced players can be. And so it's hard to judge sometimes, because the skill sets are not necessarily directly transferable. You know, especially with the understanding of things like some of the hitboxes, enemy patterns, etc. Or even just the basic rules of how certain interactions are going to work. I mean, in general, I think a good player is just going to be a good player. Like, but there are definitely players whose relative unfamiliarity with 3D World shows. I'm not talking about the kind of top end of streamers, obviously, but you know, there are definitely people who can do tons of Shell Kaizo and such who struggle with stuff that doesn't involve those mechanics at all. And in my view, doesn't need nearly quite as precise execution. Like, you play so much Mario and you might naturally assume that it's a skill set you'll take with you to other platformers, for instance, but that's not the case either. It's quite possible to struggle with simple traditional stuff in other mechanical contexts. Oops. And yeah, like you say, you know what I mean. Particularly with Catsuit. Like, the Catsuit, wow, is one of those items that has, like with a cape, in fact, I do compare it to the Cape Feather quite a bit, where it has this incredibly advanced moveset that most people never learn because it's difficult to design levels that actually test it. You know, it's things like the dive cancel, even things like the pouncing and so on. Like, there's a ton of stuff going on with cat control that even after, say, 1,000 hours, a lot of players never need to learn. Or, you know, they might have learned it ages ago and never used it, and never kept up with any kind of practice that would do it. Cameron, you're saying King Boo is one of the best Mario Maker 2 players. Yeah, so he clearly knows how to do 3D World. Yeah, I would assume so, if he's at that level. I don't think I know who that is, though. But I don't follow much of Maker YouTube. Like, I don't really know what's going on with the YouTube Maker community at any given point. I know some of the big names that were already around for Maker 1 or ROM hacks and such, like, you know, people like Ryukar, who are much more YouTube-centric, but in general, I don't have much awareness of what's going on that side, so that's why I wouldn't know somebody who, as you say, is relatively quite famous or notable for skill. Yeah, and you're saying lots of Kaizo and Precision pros struggle a ton with the boss fight levels. Sometimes it's because the skill set of those players is much more about being able to consistently repeat patterns and spacing and inputs and such that they can play things practically blindfolded, right? Like, the thing that jumps out at me about a lot of Kaizo or Precision skill is that it is about being able to consistently get to the hardest parts for really efficient practice. Where you don't need to struggle with inputs having a slight variance this way or that. In a fight like this one, this cat versus cat boss concept, it's so improvisational and so reactive that that kind of skill set of trying to get a consistent set of inputs is not going to help you out much at all. Because that's really not what this kind of difficulty is about. Mr. Electrodude, your grandparents have had their 50th wedding anniversary. Congratulations to your grandparents. You can tell them I said congratulations. Even though they almost certainly have no idea who I am. And yes, you take care, Electrodude. Okay. Basically, he's proven to juggle the most different types of skills out of all Mario Maker 2 players. Interesting. Yeah, it's always nice to see players who have that kind of versatility where they're not super specialized. Now, does he do cryptic escape rooms? That's what I am curious about. I guess it's not really a mechanical skill as such, but it's definitely a part of the game. Whoops. But yeah, it's always nice to see, for instance, people who can do both Shell Kaizo and puzzles. And who actually enjoy doing both. Because sometimes, you know, genres that are that different will have mostly players who are interested in one but not the other. And yeah, you've seen him fear a P-Balloon level, and meanwhile there are, of course, that small set of people who are kind of extreme P-Balloon specialists, right? Okay. Small set of people in this game who have just completely learned the ins and outs of the P-Balloon. Okay, just a few more attempts on this asteroid, and then we will probably move on. Like, the thing is, if I am really kind of patient and cautious, I feel like I could get through to 1v1 while spending way too much time on the clock. Such that the rest of the level isn't possible. That's really been kind of my objective here while I'm talking over this and being careless at the same time. That if I just kind of consistently, you know, get these double swipes in with each of these jumps, I might be able to get past fight number 1. Eventually. There is a clear opening for me that feels safe. But we need that opening 20 times. And we need to be careful. Oh, he skipped something that took the creator 30 hours? Yeah, that's not always a sign that the difficulty is meaningful, you know? Okay, so even with the face-forward landing, we're managing to get in a swipe somewhat safely. So one thing that I want to avoid is being crowded out by him. Let's just get out of here, yeah. Yeah, we don't want to be penned into the wall. That's a definite risk here with the current pattern that I have. Let's not get in too close. Okay, get into the center. Oh. He's going to do a slide landing. That's going to be hittable, but not very easily. Yeah, I basically don't want him to pounce into my face, and that's why I've been trying to keep a distance. Except for this opportunity here. Cameron, I'll catch up on your message in a moment. I can't quite read the whole thing right now when I'm mid-fight. But I'll catch up on what you're saying about King Boo afterwards. And yeah, Asteroid, feel free to send me the clear video afterwards. If you want to post in chat, I'll have to permit you in advance, but we'll discuss that afterwards. I'll definitely look at the clear after having had a chance to poke at it myself. Okay. Out. Okay. Yeah, so I need to give him enough room on the landing to see what kind of landing he's going to make. Oh, whoops, missed the opportunity there. Because we need to read his landing animation and then get out like that. And look at that, we are down to 290 on the clock already, and so obviously this would not be the method for, you know, trying to clear this level for real, but we're not going to clear this level for real, so. Asteroid, yeah, we'll discuss this at the end of the level. DM might work as well. I don't know if you're in my Discord or if we're connected through another Discord, but that would work as well. And okay, let's see. Let's try to focus on this here. Yeah, doing this the slow way. Pretending that this is just a single Meowser level. Rather than a 6 Meowser level, which... Whoop. Okay. Missed a second shot there. Let's see if we can do it. Nope, missed. Yeah, you have to have a really precise sense of hitbox to do this. He should have won by timeout by now. Nope, missed. Whoop. Okay. I actually don't know if I have enough time on the clock to do this method, but... Anyway, that was 4 hits right there, so... There's going to be a certain RNG dependency on this. Okay. Yeah, nope, missing once again. Yeah, particularly with the 3D artwork here, having a kind of fighting game player's understanding of how to read the animations and the hitboxes is kind of key. And that's something I don't have, otherwise I would actually be competent at fighting games. Okay, got an extra swipe in here. We're down to 130 seconds. This will be my last attempt on this, by the way, since we're far enough that it's a big time investment. And if we do get timeout, obviously that means that this method is not quite working out even for one fight. Okay, miss. Missed. And yeah, thanks for the DM, Astroid. You were a fighting game specialist before you tried Mario Maker, I can tell, as I said. Whoops. Alright. Let's try it again. I don't even know if I'm anywhere remotely close. I've just lost count. I was never really counting in the first place. In fact, oh, that's the end. Okay. That flip right there, that... We're just gonna stand here and take it in face. That's, a sorry way to go.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're gonna bail. Thank you for both the level and, you know what, this once again is a level that, like, from a maker perspective in terms of putting it together is, you know, kind of like a 5-minute job, but the concept still gave me a reasonable amount of entertainment, so let's stamp it. Let's look at the clear video after I'm off stream, and let's get back to the adventure that we had with Cameron earlier. I believe that's the last thing in queue. So let's definitely mark that one as a loss. And yeah, thanks for that, Astroid. To catch up on some of the comments up above, King Boo has said he's considering taking on a team boss rated 18. Interesting. Yeah, because typically with bosses I'm much more accustomed to things like, you know, gimmick bosses or things with interactions that are much less of this kind of direct face-to-face combat, and so a lot of variety in the boss format, obviously, as you shortly know from Team Boss. But Meowser fights are even closer to fighting games than Bowser fights. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think there's much doubt about that, given how much spacing is involved with the quickness of his motions back and forth. There's many different ways to fight a boss, or, as we might say with Meowser, many different ways to skin a cat. Okay, Cameron, back to this. This is, as we discovered at the beginning of the stream, still uncleared, but I will put in a little bit of time to see if we can get past where we were before and push on a little further. Maybe even to the pipe, if we can get nearly that far. But we'll try to make this... we'll make it a little bit further, even if we're nowhere close to clear. We'll see how we're doing for time, because, yeah, this is a very short stream by my standards today. So we might do this as our last thing for now. Pretty much up till the point where I have to go. But we'll see. Possibly I'll reopen for something easy at the end, depending on how things are going. Let's see it, though. You may be a speedrunner at heart, Cameron, but you do a bit of everything, yeah. I'm not somebody who's a very mechanically intense player in most games. I tend to kind of compensate for poor mechanics with just trying to puzzle out interactions in a very systematic fashion. That does work for a lot of purposes, but some mechanical tests are pretty strict. No amount of understanding them is actually going to get you where you need to go. But yeah, as you can tell with this whole wall jump versus ground pound thing in the first section that we've talked about so many times, like, when I'm able to find a way to make things less mechanically difficult for myself, that's kind of what plays to what I can do as a player, so... You know, just trying to understand a good method for doing things rather than crashing against it mechanically. Which is why I'm terrible at stuff like precision. Because with precision, you know, very often you don't get any leeway. I'm actually hitting the twirl button too early before I hit the propeller there. Hence why I was dropping through directly. I am doing that correctly, I think. It's just that my input on the propeller is too early before I've picked it up. And so... I'm glad I managed to get back to that section right away. You're not very good at precision either, so... Yeah, I guess maybe... your skill set is much more about reacting to things in motion. Perhaps, if boss fights like the Meowser one or anything to go by. Yeah, because not only is the wall jump here easier for me than a ground pound, but it actually feels a lot more fun. Like, it's very fluid once you see that pattern. It's a new record. We don't want to get hit by that. We do need to grab the cannon box and fire the on-off switch, but then how do I go beyond that? Do I need to jump on a bomb that's coming out? That seems really tough. I'm guessing I don't want to hit the bricks with the bullet hat up top, because that would actually blow up the bullet hat and fail the damage condition, right? Like, whenever you crash into a wall with the bullet hat, I believe that's a fail. Since it does count as damage when you lose the hat to yourself, if I'm not mistaken. Oops. A ton of people don't play everything in Mario Maker 2. I would guess that it's actually an extreme minority of players that really does cover the full spectrum of the different styles in this game. And I know that partly because, you know, I play a lot of puzzles and I know just how much of a disparity there is between much of the puzzle community and a lot of the other subgenres that you see in the game. Like, you'll see a lot of people who just say, I will never play this or that. And a lot of it kind of depends on people's tolerance for figuring things out, right? Where, you know, do you want everything clearly marked and for the level to just be one big consistency check for your inputs? Or do you want a certain element of kind of improvisation and adaptation? And not just in Mario Maker, but in video games in general, I think everybody has a very different level of tolerance for that. That's going to heavily determine which video games they like. Okay. Reposition. Forward. Okay, the readability of this little bit here with the bullet is a bit tricky. Yeah, because you got a bomb there. You've got the... pipe that you need to shoot through on the right side, but it looks like the only way you can survive that is to jump on the bomb before it hits the lava, right? That looks like a very difficult timing to actually perceive because the camera takes you completely out of position when you go up top. Unless I'm just missing something there. And yeah, DI Progan, I totally get the appeal of watching a clear video of somebody else play Precision, because you can just kind of, you know, experience the thrill of all the close shaves that you don't actually need to repeat yourself. I think in the rare occasions that I bother to look at Mario Maker Reddit these days, there's always, you know, some kind of precision spam clear video that's at the top of the page or something, and can totally see the appeal, you know, for non-players. But yeah, it doesn't feel like a very satisfying learning process to me, even though certain things like Shell Kaizo, for instance, are way on the hard side for me, but I can at least understand why the learning process is satisfying. In terms of the kinds of adjustments that you need to make. But anyway, let's get over here. Okay, good. Sorry, I'm missing a couple messages here because I'm trying to fix up some stuff in the level. So yeah, this I don't really get. Because even if I jump on top of the bomb would drop down immediately below me and detonate on the lava, and that would damage me, right? So the question is, if I manage to get the cannon box successfully, how do I survive out of that? Because if it's through a high bounce on the bomb that's coming out of the blaster on the left, that is super, super unreadable, I think. But we'll see. And yeah, as Progan was saying, as you know, Progan is a very experienced puzzle maker, and like many puzzle makers, he kind of knows that if you're making puzzles, no doubt you're going to run into a lot of players that just refuse to play puzzles or kind of refuse to engage with them in the puzzly way, right? And the Asteroid, you were saying, you've never been fond of false details, but a lot of players get overestimated because a lot of people don't consider boss slaying. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that in spite of the fact that boss fights are such a big part of it, what gets uploaded in Mario Maker, whether it's part of another level or something else, that it doesn't really get talked about as a style or a community so much. As some of the other things that have become very specialized. And it could just be that, you know, it's because boss concepts are inherently diverse enough that they already fit into a lot of other genres and don't really tend to be classified all that separately, despite Nintendo including a tag for boss battles now. Whereas with something like Shell Kaizo or Precision, like when you see a level in that style, you just immediately spot that. You know, you see a shell level and you just know right away it's a shell level. And that's kind of its primary concern, right? Whereas you kind of see bosses kind of mixed and matched with other mechanics, but a lot more often, where you see a lot of boss battles that aren't really there to be part of a boss genre, so to speak, but are there to kind of complete the expression of some other mechanic that was present in the level through other means, like platforming or something. Whoops.
Oh no!
And yeah, it absolutely is a skill set, but is more likely just, you know, many, many skill sets that people don't necessarily think of as interconnected or related.
Oh no!
Yeah, Cameron, about boss fights being a little Timmy thing, I mean, I guess it's just because, like, stereotypically, it's such a little Timmy thing to just try to place enemy spam in a level anyway, and bosses give you enemy spam and projectile spam together in a way that requires a good maker to be budget conscious, I guess. But, like, if you're talking about the kind of stereotypical thing where you know, stand on top of the fire flower and just spam your way past Bowser or something, obviously that's not that interesting, but in the same way that, you know, the whole concept of what is a troll level has changed dramatically since the late era of Maker 1 when the troll genre really became a thing. I think sometimes people are just not really necessarily up to speed with the range of what this game offers. This is something I've commented on before, actually, that one of the things that I think was a bit of a double-edged sword about the launch of Mario Maker 2 was that, unlike in the first game, you had a lot of people who had Maker experience and also very strong opinions about what constitutes good level design, and who kind of made an effort to standardize that very early. So you would just have this kind of standard conventional wisdom about level building that people took into Mario Maker 2 with them in a way that it didn't with Maker 1. And the upside of that was that at least the top list in what you would get through Endless was a better situation than the launch of Maker 1 and the 100 Mario Challenge, where, you know, it would just be music levels, auto levels, and the occasional Mario Kart amiibo level all day long. The first month or so, I think. But the downside of that, I've always found, is that people kind of got locked into this very standardized idea of how Mario Maker should work very quickly, where they kind of balkanized into their favorite sub-communities and didn't have much of a reason to interact with genres that they weren't interested in playing, right? And I think with Maker 2, for a couple of social as well as mechanical reasons, that happened way too soon for the kind of long-term community of the game to be a healthy one. Anyway, Asteroid, you were saying that even for people that saw team boss levels, they often go on as if people beat only Precision and Kaizo in... Sorry, I'm kind of reading it all at once. To just parse that sentence. And yeah, I mean, like, the thing that you're getting at is that, you know, that people don't think enough about fighting bosses as a skill set that can actually be practiced and learned and taken with you. Yeah, on one hand, I think that's kind of true. On the other, the range of boss fights in this game is diverse enough that perhaps a lot of those skills really aren't that transferable. Oh, wait. If you break the bricks, you drop the crate. I completely didn't see the crate the whole time until just now. So yes, you do in fact smash the bullet. Let me test this. Yeah, okay, no, you smash the bullet, you do not have that register as damage, unlike what I said much earlier. Maybe you corrected me in chat already and I just didn't see it because I'm so far behind at reading messages. No, Cameron, I do not need to clear video. We have figured it out. I just didn't see the crate. Yeah, like I said, I like figuring things out, even if it takes some time. No, we drop the crate, and then that gives me something to work with, but we need to do it really quickly before the bomb hits at the bottom. So, we will try to do that. Yeah, that's the nice thing about being a streamer who at least sometimes does viewer levels, is that I'll see a great deal of what this game covers, even if it's stuff that I'm not that interested in playing. I'll get a pretty broad view of what's going on, just from the people who are coming in. You probably played the bomb room 100 times now, but yet to find any consistency. Yeah, Program, in terms of trying to trigger the bug, right? I don't know how you have that set up, DI Program. in the bomb room, but I wonder if that's something that would be worth sharing for a closer look, just in case there's some kind of behavior there that you might have missed. Yeah, Cameron, the thing is, I do not expect to clear everything I play. I mean, I mostly play levels so I can talk about things like level design, and so my sense of what I will play on stream is just often, you know, is there something to talk about? I find that very often with some things like a lot of spike precision, the answer is often no, not really. You know, you run into the spike or you don't run into the spike. But with things like more elaborate boss designs, they actually do show off a lot from a maker perspective that I think is often worth considering. So, like maybe a cat versus cat fight with Meowser, not so much from a kind of design perspective, but still a lot of to talk about mechanically this week. That's not just now, though.
Oh no!
Okay, let's try to get back to that crate since I can. Yeah, I don't know why I assumed that crashing with the bullet head would count as damage. That's, now that I think about it, that's obviously not the case. I don't know why I thought it was. Probably because I misread something earlier in the level. Or on an earlier attempt. Okay. Wait. If I crash into that, I need to stay alive for long enough that I can fall into the crate. Maybe I need to fall into it from the right side. In fact, whoops, we need to shoot here. Yeah, Astra, I have no doubt that shell throws are more standard. In fact, I would say that shell throws are probably better known. Like, you know, shell Kaizo stuff like shell jumps and such are probably better known than even very basic cat mechanics that don't require an extremely high level of skill. Even just having a very reliable idea of how the climbing mechanics work in terms of what distances you're covering, how much time you have before you slip, when you slip, and when you still have the dive available for you, how to cancel out of the dive, etc. There's a lot of stuff like that that it's easy for you to take for granted if you've played with the cat a lot, but which, if you just kind of quizzed players about this stuff out of the blue, I think you would easily find that the community on a whole has a much better understanding of shell mechanics than of the power-ups that are just usable out of the box. I have no doubt about that whatsoever, in fact. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. That's not what we're going to do. I was thinking of dropping down with the bullet and approaching the crate from the right side. If you approach the crate from the right side, you get a safe wall slide down the right side wall afterwards, which then allows you to stall for long enough that the crate can drop past you. Either that or you just need to do a twirl in first place, or a series of ground pound cancels to stall. It might be a series of ground pound cancels to stall, but you need to do something to slow yourself down. Phil, thank you for coming in with the party of 13. Let's give you a big shout out. Where? Likely to finish up fairly soon over here, but you did 1 ground pound cancel into world. Yeah, that's probably long enough, given the falling distance, to allow the crate to outpace you. We don't need to get too fancy about that. This will also give me a chance, by the way, to kind of hydrate quickly and also read the chat messages that we had recently. We've been mostly talking about boss battle levels. Those of you coming in. Welcome Supernova, Green Heroes, etc. But yeah, I'm doing a shorter stream than usual today, so we're just probably going to finish up with this level and call it. But however, if any of you new folks have something relatively quick or easy that you want to tag in at the end, we might be able to make room for maybe one more thing. Just no other lengthy grinds today. It's always nice to have some raiders come in, and you know, I don't want to be leaving right away after that. Yeah, Green Heroes, let me do a very quick opening. I'm going to close up right away after people get this in the mod. So this is for people who were not here when I closed the queue earlier, so people who came in late. And yeah, Green Heroes, we can just, you know, finish with some music at the very end, perhaps. And Supernova, I don't know if I'm caught up on you as well, but we might just have time for one more, so we'll let you both put your codes in anyway, and we'll see how we're doing. And we'll just keep that manageable for now, unless anybody else wants to play. So. You used to make reasonable levels, and then you forgot how. Yeah, that's something that is easily forgotten without some practice to keep that up, I suppose. Okay, let's put down here. And so, yeah, this is already our second sitting with this level, and we have been getting a little bit further. And, okay, let's go over here. Back. Crash. And, whoops, I missed. So yeah, we need a crate to outpace me. I get down, I shoot, and I need to jump immediately, otherwise we get nuked by the bomb on the left side. And the crate gets nuked by the bomb on the left side, more importantly. I would like to at least land on the crate once. That is my short-term objective. Oh, that was kind of salvaged. Okay. Okay, I landed on the crate. I'm supposed to shoot on my jump on the way up. Cameron, you log back in here and you probably have a 1 minute delay. Green Heroes, you're saying you couldn't find Supernova's Discord. I believe Supernova recently changed servers, but I'm not sure because I don't think I actually am on that myself. I just have this vague memory that he reorganized his Discord setup, so. But he can answer that for you, I can't answer that. Okay. Yeah, that's the issue, is that I need to fire in that position really quickly. Actually, if I just fire from a standing position there, I wonder if that will get into pipe or if it's going to come in too low because of that one block displacement. Depends on whether the pipe is going to be flexible enough. Let's go here. Go. Okay. Back. I like how consistently we've been able to make it back here at least. Whoops. No, I don't want to stomp, obviously, because that stomps through the crate.
Oh no!
And let me just check to see if I missed any other messages, because a bunch of things came in pretty quickly at once. I think I kind of got the gist of the conversation, so let's keep going.
Oh no!
But yeah, we did manage to land on the crate. We'll try to get past that cannon shot, and then Cameron, that will probably be my benchmark for how far to progress this session. The early sections are feeling a lot better after the practice that we had. And thank you so much for the follow. And the raid, of course. Now let's see. So yeah, like I was saying, Cameron, I really don't think indication has been too much of an issue so far. I didn't mind having to figure out the crate, even though it blended into the level in such a way that it took me a moment to realize what was going on. Oh, up we go.
Oh no!
And you're going to be heading, and yeah, thanks for coming to drop your audience on a stream, and I hope yours went well on your end. Okay. Cameron, let's try to get up to the crate one more time, and I'll probably call it so we can get to the new submissions quickly, because I don't actually know how much longer I can stay. So, since today we had a late start to begin with. Oops. Okay, I keep bungling this because I keep thinking that in order to make that extra single block, I need to jump into the shot. I wanted to shoot and then jump. Shoot and then jump. Oh, I really do want to try it at least once to see if the placement is going to be correct. Oops.
Oh no!
Okay, here we are. Yeah, sometimes I can't always see in advance if the crate is going to outpace me in the way I want. But let's do this. No, I accidentally carried the crate. That's awful. I kind of nudged into it before I had a chance to let it outpace me all the way. Oops. Let's try it again. Alright, let's do this. Nope. Yeah, I mean, the natural inclination of a player who drops to crate is to try to land on it afterwards, right? So... that combined with the kind of natural Mario player's instinct to repress to dash at every opportunity is going to lead to some trouble with that pickup.
Oh no!
I don't know if there's a particularly good alternative to that, but... Oops, let's do this.
Oh no!
Yeah, the crate floating is such a unique interaction in this game that it would have been interesting to see more kind of fluid-based interactions like that. You know, with other things that could also float but wouldn't necessarily be susceptible to ground pound damage or something like that. Basically, more kinds of flotation that don't require you to combine the crate with other objects.
Oh no!
Yeah, because flotation in any of these 3D World fluid themes is such a unique thing to work with. Whoops.
Oh no!
You're glad I like your level? Yeah, I'm warming to it. I mean, you know, my first attempt through this early section
Oh no!
was a bit awkward until I figured out the wall jump method here. Once I got that done, I felt like it's been much smoother ever since. It was just this early bit that felt rough at first when I was trying to figure out what to do about that, which didn't end up being the designer method anyway, which is great, because it means that there's some flexibility here, some actual choice. Yeah. Yeah, we'll call it at this point so I can play the rest, but that's an interesting question, like whether the standing shot from the crate would have been okay, because I think firing while you're in the middle of jumping up over that kind of distance is something that would lead to all kinds of muscle memory trouble for me, I think. Just given that, you know, I'm thinking of that naturally as a dashing jump, and then doing the cannon shot at the same time on the way up is likely to throw that off. Yeah, thanks for that, Cameron. Let's take a look at, once again, at how far we were. Yeah, because the crate drop is kind of smack in the middle here. That was about 50% of this zone, so maybe about a quarter of the way through the level, roughly. Anyway, good luck to whoever does get the first clear. Somebody eventually does it. Like, the actual mechanics are not that tight, and the readability, as I was saying all along, is, I think, much better than you might have been warning me about. At least in the section I've seen so far, so I think somebody will get it soon enough. It's not going to be me today. And yeah, Asteroid kind of moving up the boss fight ladder might be quite a bit of fun. Lantis played one of my levels. I should check my comment art later. I didn't win that level. I don't know why I didn't win, but that's okay. I'm not tracking the win-loss stats anyhow. So let's pretend that we had a moral victory. Green Heroes. We'd like to confirm that you are still hanging out. Yeah, Green Heroes, I've been closing so recently, so early recently, I should say, that I feel like I haven't actually played one of your levels in quite some time. Asteroid, thanks for the follow. Yeah, because I think typically you've been coming in after I'm already on a full queue, so good to get you in for once. Catching up on a Christmas level might actually be a good idea, given that we played a lot of the other music ones leading up to that. So Green Heroes, if you don't have any specific suggestion or objection, we'll probably do Away in the Manger. Song played in the Holiday Eve special episode of Mr. Bean. Which will not be an invitation to play this level silently. I think a Mr. Bean stream does require a webcam for full effect. Oh. Alright, let's spin it. And we're just going to take a moment to parse the locations there. Wait, hang on. That's a drop and spin location. We're just slow with everything, and that eventually added up. Oops. Yeah, losing a bit of time per obstacle is okay until you get to the point where it just set me back by way too far on the auto scroll. Let's actually drop on that guy accurately if I can. And since we're playing a music level, hopefully audio is fine. We didn't have too many issues today, I think. So hopefully that doesn't change too much. Okay, let's go down. Fire will do that job, and then go Cheep Cheep into Clown Car, and then what does this guy do? Oh, P-Balloon. Okay. Oh wait, there was a back path. Hang on. Bonus. Oh wait, so no, that just goes to the goal. This is the bonus. And that, okay, yeah, right is bonus, left is end. I see. Cameron, I might look at Supernova's code after this, but ending on music level is kind of nice too, after having had some slightly more difficult grinds today. I should do another all-music special at some point. I did one last year where we were looking at some pretty spectacular stuff. So yeah, a lot of stuff, like many of Green Heroes' other music levels, kind of controlled by a state switch here. That the on-off state switch just kind of brings you back over the same music track for the sake of conserving entity space, and our P-Balloon piloting is going to need to be a lot better for this area. This is not the part of the level with the 7% clear. Yeah, so you actually do need to be reasonably quick with the P-Balloon. I can't just dawdle. Okay. Yeah, because I was taking it really slowly previously. And... oh, whoops. Yeah, the edge bump there got me. I'm way out of practice. I haven't been playing that much by P-Balloon specialists like Nuku Kaza recently either. So I think it kind of shows that my driving is not so solid. Oops. But yeah, this is going to be a tough corner now, but we'll get it. And get squished. And yeah, taking damage from fire is okay as long as I just scramble over to the next pipe. So, Green Heroes, with the incorporation of the P-Balloon in this level, does that make it Bowser's Mr. Bean Burrito? Whoops. Which, now that I think about it, should in fact be a real level at some point. Okay. Too many bumps along the way. Yeah, hitting too many walls. Way too many walls. I am playing this on D-pad right now, which adds a bit of extra challenge, perhaps, but we'll try to see it through. Okay. That's a lot cleaner this time. Much, much cleaner. Okay, this is going to be fire, right? Fire. And more fire. And snake blocks, interesting. Ah, okay. Is this where you crush Yoshi with the snake blocks? No, it isn't. It's where you take Yoshi with a feather. And check both of these. And also, whoops. Oh, come on. So much for Yoshi. That's okay, we got the big finish. And, yeah, Progan, yeah, thanks for dropping by. If you do need to take off, and hopefully the bug fixing gets sorted out if you do manage to find what's going on there. Yeah, Cameron, so Cameron, unless I'm playing things like escape room puzzles that require a lot of screenshots, I generally play on the Super Nintendo controller that is D-pad only. I actually do not have a stick right now unless I fish out my Pro controller. Or my Joy-Cons, which I probably wouldn't want to use either. So, it does occasionally lead me to some E-balloon piloting difficulties, but for some levels it can be quite significantly better. I've always just been much more comfortable with the D-pad anyhow, so that's just how I play. Anyway, thank you for that, Green Heroes. Supernova, let's bring you in. Big finale. Supernova, I recognize that as SD's code because we saw it earlier in the stream. And that's okay because there was a second SD level that we wanted to take a look at anyway, so. So let's do Hot Potato 1. We previously did Hot Potato 2. Yeah, Cameron, for the D-pad buttons on Joy-Cons, they are excellent for block puzzle games and things like menu navigation. There are a lot of things that I enjoy them for. Platformers would not be one of them, in terms of the kind of constant directional switching that you need to do. I'm not so comfortable with that. They really do kind of poke into my thumbs. But I find that for any kind of hold inputs, you want a proper D-pad. For tap inputs, the separate buttons on the Joy-Cons are actually fantastic. Anyway, Hot Potato. Keep the bomb and go quick, dedicated to Jamie, the one and only. Okay. Bomb... Well, it is a Hot Potato level, I guess, so we hit the bomb and we run with it. And then... yeah, whoop. Oh, it's Hot Potato level. We need to actually take it in with us. Whoop. Hang on. Let's reload everything. Where's that bomb? Oh no, I needed to respawn. It didn't come from the pipe. It came from the screen. Oh, it does come from the pipe. I don't know why I thought it didn't then. There we go. Yellow pipe speed there, spawning. And then we already got rid of that, so we can just take it. Whoops, too late. That's okay, we can at least see what's going on here. P-switch, so we just swim with bomb as a held item. You don't like using other D-pads in this game because you find it way easier to hit directions you don't want to at times, yeah? That is a known issue with the Pro Controller D-pad, which is why it's kind of unusable for things like Tetris. Is that if you rock the D-pad quickly back between left and right, you can have an accidental diagonal input very easily just because of the way the D-pad is built. I don't find that to be too much of a problem with the Super Nintendo controller, which, you know, it still will have some diagonals there if you are not careful, but not really to an extent that would make it an issue. Whoops. Oh, no, I need to hit this with my head, obviously. I don't know why I was trying to throw into it. We'll have to restart this, but let's scout. So you take the bomb with you, you take it with you up here, you then throw it, and then you make it through to the checkpoint. Okay. Very easily understandable, and you can even take damage there without any issues, because you will have checkpoint plus power up immediately after. So let's do that. Okay. There we go. It's fairly straightforward, I think. We'll just hold into it. Then that is 0.1. Okay. Yeah, too many bounces here. No. So I need to bounce immediately into this, go up, bounce. Yeah, and really kind of change directions fluidly. So let's pretend we sold the bomb. If we do, then we swim forward with it like this. It's going to scout. We do not want to restart the level. We do want to take a death anyway. Then you do this. This is 3 bounces. There's plenty of time. And then you do this, and then that's the wall that you break. Clouds up top. That's interesting. I wonder what that's for. Oh, a shower of coins. Okay. Let's redo it. Interestingly enough, of course, you can break open the wall to the left, but... or rather, the wall that takes you back to where you came in from the left. There's no reason to do it, but it's fun to think about. Whoops, no, I lost a bomb. That's okay, we can practice this to see if we can... Well, we can't really practice this because I no longer have a held item, so let's just find a way to die quickly and get back to where we were. Oop. And the wigglers all went away. Nice little wiggler wall there, though, for sure. Wall of the wigglers. Oh, wait, nope. No, I'm holding it too close, that's why I'm slamming into it instead of tossing. Let's not start over. Yeah, no, that's just the result of a late release. Where I'm standing too close and not having the throw interaction be the one that does its job. Back to the original point you were trying to make during some P-Balloon levels, you find yourself having to switch back and forth. Yeah, I definitely used to try that when I was on Pro Controller most of the time, before I got my current one. But on the majority of them, you find yourself using a stick, yeah. It depends. I've played some P-Balloon levels where exact directional control is actually much more important than turning corners quickly. In general, even with platformer games, I find that there are some that, despite being somebody who vastly prefers to play with D-pads, there are a few situations where sticks are great for platformers when you want like a lot more fluid directional adjustment, like in mid-air play or whatever. Not so much the case for something that's based on more kind of tile-based precision like Mario games, but I think the last time I played through Tropical Freeze, for instance, I did it with a stick and enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would, because a lot of the momentum mechanics in that game were kind of designed around a stick as a primary control method in mind, right? And it makes a big difference when the mechanics of the game actually kind of match that expectation. Anyway, thank you for that, Supernova. We will finish on this one today and call it a stream. Thank you so much for the submissions from everybody who came in. And yeah, this is a fairly regular slot for me for viewer levels. During the week, we do some other content. This week, we may be doing some Maker 1 puzzles. I haven't quite decided yet, but we'll probably be doing puzzle content midweek again. And for now, we're just going to send you on to a raid. And P-Balloons can be anything, even survival. Yeah, we've had some P-Balloon specialist makers show up here before, as I said, and while some of that stuff is pretty precision heavy, we've definitely seen tons of other concepts. Actually, D.I. Pergan, who was just here a little while ago, has a fantastic P-Balloon level that looks like precision, but is actually a logic puzzle. Anyway, that's going to be all for me. We will find somebody to forward to you in just a moment. Thank you for all the new levels, as well as new follows, and of course, all of the conversation, which I will kind of need to go over in more detail now that I'm getting off stream. So, thanks so much for watching. We will look for somebody to drop you towards next, and till we meet again, have a fantastic weekend. Enjoy Mario Maker and everything else you're playing. And as always, fare thee well.